Oh, sir, good evening.
Hey. Yes, done, buddy.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you. So, guys, good morning and again, good evening, good afternoon. So, how are you guys? How was the day?
Fine, sir.
Fine, fine.
Good,
Yeah,
glad to
going
hear.
good.
So, sir, I have a question. Like in my machine, I already have a JRE installed instead of JDK. It is pre-installed. It's my office laptop.
Okay,
So,
JR is a different again, JDK is a different again.
yeah, even JDK is completely different. So, do I need to install JDK or will JRE?
You required, yes, you required to install JDK.
Okay, so it's like my JRE version is 1.0.8. So I need to install JDK 8, right?
No, like JRE it comes as 1.8, 1.7, such kind of things, but JDK comes as like 11, 17, like that actually. Okay, so you have to try to install JDK.
JDK any version, right? Or
yeah, any version, but 11th is 11 and 17 also now, like they come up with the 17 recent version that is also kind of stabilized version. But as far as I know, 11th is one of the stabilized version actually. 19th is not at stabilized actually, but 11 is one of the best thing actually.
Okay.
Yeah. So 11 is always best. It's a kind of a stability, so you can expect that actually. But 19 sometimes it has an issue with connectivity to the Jenkins and all. So either 17 is also fine, but latest version of 17 have some stability. They release some final version of the 17. So now they gone with 19, and even now they see like a 21 also have been released. As I could see. Better 17 is also fine, or 19 is also fine. So any other questions?
Hi, sir. Abhishek here. Actually, you have shared two documents like for GIT and Maven. So that document is not opening.
Is it?
Yeah.
So that format not supported in our phones and all.
So which format we have to use?
Okay. Yeah, no worries. Like I'll save that as again a text format and I'll share you. No worries.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Actually, it required to have a Notepad++.
Okay. I will download that. No worries. Fine.
Just a minute.
Sir, also the last class, you made to install as Tomcat. So Tomcat is required, or just for a WAR file to check?
For us, like see, what like one second, buddy. My bad. Yeah, so to say right, like you definitely required any web application. Not only now, whenever like we package it is only help us to run your package. Okay, so further going on, like we may require to use that because your application is hosting on that particular web server. Like kind of it works as a kind of web application, but going on, you definitely required that actually. Okay. For us, like the only thing we have to remember that you have to copy the WAR file. WAR file, like what are the package has been generated, that package required to be in Tomcat Web Apps folder. Okay, in Tomcat Web Apps folder, then only you can able to view like you can able to view like what are the package you have. You can able to view the package. Okay. Any other question?
In Maven lifecycle, there was called test. So
Yes.
that test will run the unit test cases, or like it's just different thing.
No, you have like in Maven itself, like it will create a text folder which will have a unit test cases. That is also written in your this thing JUnit actually. The test cases you like it works as a like it will take it up unit test cases that can be run with a JUnit actually. So that is also like an application developers who are doing, they also do that. They also write those kind of test cases as well. That is purely unit test cases. It is happen with the JUnit actually. So that's the reason in a dependency, you could see that we added JUnit has been added as a dependency for PALM because of we running that's a like mandatory dependency, one of the mandatory dependency. It comes with your PALM.xml. Any other question? So I'll save it as a text file so that you can utilize anytime. It's a simple normal text file. Okay, so you can open in your mobiles as well. Okay, any other questions before the start of the session? Any other questions? Okay, I can take the silence as no questions. Okay, so today topic is Jenkins. Okay, so we might hear like very frequently this tool, like most of the times like we use this tool. This is a hardcore tool for the DevOps. Why this way? Why we call this as hardcore? Because this is the one where you are processing your automation, where you are enabling your automation. Okay, this is where this is the tool where you are enabling your automations. So majorly it will help you to set it up CI and CD. It will help you to set up CI and CD. So this is also called like we call it a CI/CD tool. What does it mean by CI and what is a CD, and why we required this tool to process further actually. So CI mean to say continuous integration. Deployment or delivery. So first one is CI and second one is CD. CI mean to say continuous integration. So continuous integration mean to say here you are creating a package. You are creating a sophisticated package. Okay, here like this process, this continuous integration enable to integrate you a sophisticated package. Creation of the package, getting the source code, creation of the package, testing the package, and like if you have any vulnerabilities, you scanning all those things is happen on here. And but finally here you can say yes, this is a final package. Mean to say sophisticated, a tested package. You can say all those things, but sorry, here you can tell the creation of the package is the integration, integrating the package, integrating the sophisticated package is what you call continuous integration. Here you're getting the source code, creating like a building that package and testing the package. If you have any test cases or if you have like any vulnerability scans, if you have like a code scanners or like if you have any any like those kind of things, all performing all those things, and finally say yes, this is the package which process all those stages, like all the integration stages. So ultimately, creation of the package is what we do here. So we already know what are the tools we required for this thing, like a creation of the package. What we have done, we use source code as a Git, getting the source code as Git, and we use Maven as this thing. And anyway, Jenkins is also be part of your Maven. Jenkins is also Jenkins is a part of your Maven. But anyway, we're writing. Usually, if you have a Sonar Cube will come here. If you have any like these kind of usual tools we integrated as your package. So these are all purely works on the package. I mean to say, whatever the here itself you're getting this Maven itself, you're getting the package. After the coming the package, like either if you like take it a part of a J node, these all both comes as one single thing. Even if you have a Sonar Cube also working on the package only. Okay, once sorry, see some. Yeah, so like it's purely now until here the second step is kind of taking the package. Once the package has been created, now you're going only on the package. Okay, so that is what you have. Now here it is a continuous delivery or deployment. Either some people call it as delivery, some people call it deployment. What is mean by the difference? What is mean by that? What is mean by the delivery versus deployment? So deployment is nothing but where you have automation process, automation enabled only through the pre-prod. So this delivery only, like this deployment only do until pre-prod only. But if your automation process enabled into the production as well, that you call this, that process you call delivery. Suppose, yes, I have a pipeline where it automatically integrated, it automatically like, deploy my application, it automatically copying or it automatically doing that, deployment also into the production, that I call it as a delivery. Where, no, I'm not doing into the production, it is maybe take some time for me to go to some process kind of thing, organizational process kind of thing. Only I'm doing this is into the pre-prod, that you call it as a deployment. Okay, makes sense here?
Could you repeat once more?
Delivery mean to say your application being like your automation process being till the prod. If deployment to say until the non-prod, until the pre-prod. Okay.
You mean like the package is running, then you say it's delivered. Deploy means it's ready for delivery. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, sir. What I told the deployment to say, you're deploying like a deployment is nothing but you're deploying your package, your application, whatever it is, till the pre-prod servers. I mean to say like your dev server, SIT server, UAT server, pre-prod server, whatever you have, all the lower environments only. Okay, until the pre-prod, not into the production environment. So if you say delivery, I mean to say your automation is also running into the, your automation is been ending into the production as well.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the difference. Now what I'm achieving here, so if you have like if you have a container technology, so what you're doing, you're creating an image, and here image processing, creating a container on this thing. And in this container, it's a container with your application. App-based containers will be created. And so you're deploying that into the as a kind of image, and you are creating a container on a platform, like a kind of a Kubernetes, a kind of EKS or kind of things. You're creating a container, and this container is deploying your application. So that is a kind of delivery. So either you are placing like you are placing your application, or you are creating a platform where your application can be run and your application been deploying into that platform. That's what you call continuous delivery or deployment. So based on your, like, based on the organization policy, you can call it as a delivery or you can call it as a deployment. Anything is fine. So, but you have to make sure if it is going your automation, you're creating a Jenkins automation through the production, then you call it as a delivery. No, you're creating until only pre-prod, that you call it as a deployment. Okay, so now to make this process, we require a kind of a tool where I can integrate multiple tools. So I have, like, now this, if I require to achieve this thing, I require a kind of a platform, a kind of thing, or a kind of processing tool required. So what it required to configure. See, here I have like multiple tools. See, here I have a Git, Maven, Zain, Sonar Cube, here image for the Docker, or if I'm doing a Kubernetes, if I have doing like different things, I have to require a kind of a tool who can, who has ability to integrate multiple tools. That is where, like, Jenkins has a benefit. That is where Jenkins has a benefit. Jenkins has, why the Jenkins is famous? Because it has a lot of plugins where it can be integrated with multiple tools. Okay, I'll show you like how that is. So before going on the Jenkins, prerequisite is we require Java. Without Java, you cannot run your Jenkins. And previously, you don't have a Jenkins. Like previously, it called Hudson. Okay, it is a Hudson. So previous version of like a very initial. So it is Hudson. Later on, it has been converted into the Jenkins actually. Okay, previously the name it as Hudson. Now they changed the name as the Jenkins. So if I go to the Jenkins library, if I go to the Jenkins here, Jenkins.io is their official website, and this is a logo, and they have a lot of sense of humor, and they always responded to the current issues, like these things. They always created their logo, pointing out to, or like these things, like a kind of these things. They always do that. So here, if you see the features of the Jenkins, continuous integration and can do the continuous delivery as well. Okay, and very easy to installation, easy to configuration, and they have a lot of plugins, and it can be extendable, and it has a distributed things. These are all the kind of features they are proposing inside their official website. Yes, these are the processing things we are like, these are the features you can expect it from the Jenkins. So, and also plugins and distributed is the two features where it cannot be compared with other tools. These are the two features where it bringing that Jenkins as a more forwarded into the line when you compare with other tools. Okay. So here you can see like they have a lot of these things, and also these organizations, for their major contribution to support to the Jenkins projects. Okay, these guys are doing like some kind of a contribution, since Jenkins is a open source. Jenkins is a open source. But here, most of the contributions, most of the contribution is coming from the Cloudberry. You can call it as a cloud base as well. So this is a company, it is maintaining it is giving you lot of it is a kind of open source, and they are supporting it for they're doing the contribution for the Jenkins. That's the reason you have a certification. They're providing you a certification in Jenkins as CJE, Certified Jenkins Engineer, CJE, Certified Jenkins Admin. These are the two certifications they are providing from the Cloud B. So it's around 5,000 to 6,000 cost only, not that much higher based on your dollar rate it comes. So you can do a certification on this thing, CJE. But that certification is being providing by the Cloud Base. Okay. So this is their official website. And now we will go to the download section. If you go here, we have a download section here. The download section also, these guys provided two types of downloads. One is kind of LTS, stable releases, one kind of weekly releases. See here, LTS is a long-term support release baseline chosen every 12 weeks from the stream regular releases. So every 4 weeks, they do a regular release. Every 4 weeks, they do regular release. Every 12 weeks, they release a stable release. They say, suppose this 4 weeks, they release a kind of like for the last three regular releases, they created as a one stable release. What are the issues they fixed in these three regular releases? They all integrated as, and they release one stable release that you can see here. Like so this is a like a weekly release or like a regular release, which is a 2.43, and this is a stable version that you can able to see. This is a 2.38. Okay, so this is what you have. So you can see hardware and software requirements here, and installation process also. It is quite little bit different with the comparing with others. Here you have a var package. They're creating like as I told, right? It is one of the prerequisites is you require to have a Java. So they're providing you either a .jar file to download, and you can extract it, the jar. You can extract it. You can run that jar also. That way also you can install Jenkins. Or either you can use all these kind of options. You can use Docker, Kubernetes, Ubuntu, Red Hat, Windows. All these options you can use installation. So now I'm going on the Windows installation. That I'm supposed to take a stability release here. Once you have this stability, see it is downloaded here. It is downloading for me. It is around 9.9 MB. Seems it is occupying a lot of memory. Sorry, it is taking a lot of time. Okay, very recently I took like this thing. I'll show you like how to install this thing. Just consider it may take like some time for me. And even I downloaded a bar as well, but I downloaded Jenkins as well. It is a Jenkins MSI. Okay, when I open this thing, when I double click to, if I try to install this thing, and I can run here. So it says like a 2.38, 387.2. What is the version? Okay, they updated as 387.3. It is 387.2. Okay, maybe they release a new kind of thing. See? So this setup will allow you to change with Jenkins's 2.81 features install on your computer. So I'm just trying to install here. Next. So it says like you already have here. So it says like you already have it this in your Jenkins. Let me remove first. Okay. Again, it says like reboot is required. I think let it be. I can delete this thing. I can remove later. Maybe I can try. Okay, it got removed. Again, now I'm again installing that same thing. So next thing, here you can see like it is coming on the program files Jenkins. So here you can run like if you're running on a local user or a domain user specific, you can provide your user details. But I'm running as a local system. I'm saying like I'm okay with that. Here, it asks you the port number. Jenkins also works as a kind of web server kind of thing. So it is also required a port number. So you can check like any port if you have. See here 8080 is available for me. As I told, right, like 8080 is also same for that Tomcat. You have to make sure both are running on the two different ports. So I'm just running on 8080 here, and I'm just clicking on the next. Again, I click the next, install. So to show you the port number, I have removed that one. It will ask you the port number. You have to choose the port number, and if the port has been already utilized in your system, mean to say the port is being used for the different system, then you have to make sure you have to use a different port. Okay, for my Tomcat, I use the 8090 for this thing. Like I have configured that as under the 8090, so I don't have any blockers for that. Let it run meanwhile. Yes, done. It is installed, done. So it is got again installed in this thing. Okay.
Excuse me, Shiva. During
Yes.
the installation, he's asking me about the Java, select Java folder. And by default, it is selected JDK 20 I have
Yes.
installed. So
Now 20, it was not about to in support way. I don't think so. 20 has support for the Jenkins as of now.
JDK 20.
Yes.
So I have to first update the JDK.
You have to downgrade the JDK to the 17.
But I already have set the environment variable. Yeah, like yesterday you have told now.
That's like, but you know, Jenkins is not in a compatible mode for the 20 because that is not in the stabilities wise, and they don't have any stable releases for that. So even 19 also sometimes it works, sometimes it not. So it always go with a stable version. So 17 is the one good thing, or you can take 11. 19 is also sometimes I'm not sure like 100%, but some issues maybe they encountered with 19 I hear, but 20 is not at all in support with the Jenkins.
So
Java 8 is supportable?
No, Java 8 is comes as a JRE, so that is a different again.
The
You require
installation
JDK.
of JDK
Yes.
17, I have to set again. I have to set the environment variable as well as
Exactly,
the Java
madam.
home.
You have to uninstall this 20, and you have to install just 17, and then again you have to do this environmental variable setup.
Shiva, I have 17, but it is giving the same error.
Not compatible.
Yes.
Is it so?
Yes. Actually, I have 17.7 version.
Okay. Then I'm not sure on that one, but let me see what compatibility mode they told you. Like this thing, software requirements. We'll see. See the Java requirement as they told. So upgrading Java version to the 11, upgrading existing Java to 11 or 8. Running Jenkins and Java like in Docker, and yep, even they have 17. 11 is also fine, and 17 is also fine, buddy. They say like it is okay
for service login credential. We have to select run service as local system, right?
Yes, it's up to you. If you have this thing, if you have like local system, you can use either local system. If you have like username password, set it up as a username kind of thing, you can use anything. It's up to your requirement, up to your based on your computer.
Okay, so I'm selecting local system.
So you guys are not listening class, and you're trying to do whatever I'm trying. Then you lost some kind of things, buddy. I strongly suggested listen the class, and after that sometime we can prepare practice it. I think that's maybe some best kind of solution for you. 17 is there, but I'm not sure on the specific version. They didn't mention anything on the specific version. JDK 7, it is can be run actually. So once installed, you have to make sure you're going on here. You're going on here as into the service. Got to go to the service, and you have to make sure that the service is started. Okay, just check here as Jenkins. Yeah, Jenkins is started automatically. So I can see Jenkins has been there. Now I have to take a local IP, local config address, as I can take like what is the local address for this my ID. When I use IP config, I got the IPv4 address of my current local system. Here I'm copying this thing, and I'm providing a similar manner I've done for the Apache Tomcat. You can see here that is 8090, but this one I'm just giving 8080 because while installation I gave the port as 8080. I can run that one. I just ask it to run on the 8080. It will, yes. Oops, it's not deleted. Yeah. Just 1 minute, guys. Again, I have to remove this thing. It is not, it might be required to restart, but I have to delete some patches, whatever the patches it is there. Let me root this again. Okay. Because it's not uninstalled properly. My previous configuration, my previous job is already there. I just removed and all those things. Finish. Now I have to go to this. It left over some kind of things. Maybe it required to restart. I think I'm not sure. But anyway, I'm just removing the existing data. I'll remove the folder. So this is the existing data. This is the problem. It is checking. So here, many guys are seeing like this thing. I told like either you can use local system, or if you're using that as a if not using that as a if your office PCs or something, right? You either you have to use the login and passwords, admin you account and password something. Like if you have that, you can utilize, or else you can utilize like running on the local system only. Okay. So here I'm checking the port. Given the port as 8080, that is port is been available. And again, I re-verified the port is available. I'm just clicking here and see here it is asking where is my Java. So here I can say here I can show, but here is my Java. Java 11.16 is like the version of Java I have. So I'm just clicking the next. I'm clicking the next here. I'm clicking the next here, and it's automatically processing my Jenkins. Okay, it is installed. As such, click the finish.
Siva, I have one doubt, Siva.
Yes, sir.
The Jenkins will not work in .NET.
No. You like that you can install Jenkins and later on you can integrate your .NET to the Jenkins. But the Jenkins is purely designed on to be
Java.
used to install. Jenkins installation itself requires Java.
Oh, okay. Okay,
You
what
can
is the
configure
prerequisite?
.NET.
Oh,
Sorry,
okay. How do I configure
which one? I didn't
in
understand,
.NET?
sir.
.NET. How do I configure the .NET in Jenkins?
No, you can have like once you go into the Jenkins, there is a kind of plugin
Okay.
section. In the plugin section, you have to add .NET plugins, and then you
Okay.
can configure that.
Okay. 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 Thanks.
ನಾ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ತಂದಿದ್ಯಮ್ಮ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಅವ ನೋಡ ಏನು ತಂದಿಲ್ಲ ನೀನ್ ಬರೀ ಖರ್ಜೂರ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಬಲ್ಲೆ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಅದವ ಸೋಫಾ ಮೇಲೆ ಐತೆ ಹೋಗಮ್ಮ
So now I reopening again my Jenkins. Okay, so once you created it will open this unlock screen. So it says like getting started. It says ensure Jenkins is securely set up by administrator. A password has been written in the log. Okay, not sure where to find here. They provide this is here you can see the path. You go to this path. Here you find the initial admin password. So you require that. So you're going on this thing. I'm going on here.
ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅವಳು ಅದೇನೆ
I'll go to the C drive. I'll go to the program files. That's what they mention. And I can go to the Jenkins here. What they mentioned Jenkins program. Sorry, it's in program data Jenkins, not program files. Program data Jenkins dot Jenkins. Here it is secrets. Here I have initial admin password where I can open this thing with my Notepad++. Here I'm able to see that they gave a token. I just copy this token. I just updated the token here. So it's a install suggested plugins. Here you have option to select a plugin to install, or you can start by recommended by the system. So I just went on the recommended by the system. So now it gave me some kind of a plugins. We will discuss more on the plugins. Don't worry. So once these plugins is installed, then it will go to you. It will goes on the further kind of things. Okay. And meanwhile, so this Jenkins, right? This Jenkins purely works on the Groovy script. You have some kind of a Jenkins libraries. All those things is written in Groovy script. Okay, Jenkins is purely works on the Groovy script. The backend of whatever they use for maintaining the Jenkins is purely Groovy script. Groovy is also a kind of a programming language like Jenkins. It has a compiler, so it is also do the same thing. But you can, that's also kind of separate language. You go into, if you want, you can learn on that. We have that's also kind of programming language. There's a chances of some application teams may be looking for kind of a share. This also we call Jenkins libraries, or we call shared libraries. Anything they call that will be written in Groovy scripts only. Okay, so these are the a kind of things here, as we discussed about while we're discussing about the Jenkins, right? So Jenkins, as I told, yeah, it is let it come. It will take some time to do that since my wife. My voice is clear, right? Seems like my broadband is having trouble today.
Yes, it's clear.
Of course, voice
Yes,
very
yes,
clear.
it's clear.
Clear.
Thank you, buddy. It takes some time. Let it be. I don't these things. It's taking a little bit time, guys. No worries. It's purely like maybe I think my broadband connection was problem. So let it be. Meanwhile, any questions you can ask me. So see here, like you can able to see Git has been already adding, and Ant is also one kind of similar kind of tool, like a Maven. Here it is Gradle is also kind of a build a tool only. This is for what I can see, like this is for mobile applications, generating APKs, all those things. Here it is not doing like those kind of strategies. It kind of these are some kind of a plugins actually, and everything everything in terms of we will go everything in terms of a plugins only. Okay.
Maven is not present.
No,
Yeah.
as the default, they didn't provide Maven as a default thing. Like you have to select, like you have to install your Maven as your own.
Okay. That means Maven maybe go to the plugins, right? We can add
Yeah.
the plugins in Maven.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay. You can check how to add plugins in Maven, right?
I'll teach you on that.
Okay. Okay. Sure.
It is taking a lot of time. Usual then. Maven is used only to make the project build for Java. Yes, sir. Like it was only used for building the it's a build tool. it itself is a build tool. It was only do the Java projects. Not only Java projects, you can do it like for the PHP. They have like it's supported for I think like 6 to 7 programming languages. Based on their uses, you can do that. Okay. Another question, in IT industry, they mostly use Windows or Linux servers. So most of your like servers, mostly everything you will have Linux servers only, like your applications and all will be in Linux servers. But you have like laptops and all, whatever the laptops they give you, it's Windows laptops only. Developers work on the Windows systems where like, you're all, most of the applications has been hosted in your Linux servers only.
Siva, that JDK 11 required Oracle login to download? I mean, some licensing.
Sorry.
Does Java 11 require licensing for download?
No, here like it's open source, not required any license to do that.
So when I clicked on download, it's taking to my sign in screen. Shall I share my screen for one? So
yeah, sure. We have some time for that. I can definitely take.
Yeah, same with me. It shows the sign on screen. Yeah.
You have to sign on it, sign in it on it. Then it will share you the link to for downloading.
Jenkins, yes. Not for the Jenkins. You're asking about Java? Yes, Java you have to sign in. Yes.
I also did the same way.
Okay.
You have to do.
Okay.
If you don't have an account, you have to create the account.
Oh, then I'll take from there. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Why it is taking this much slow today? Okay, so let it comes meanwhile. Meanwhile, as I told, right, we have I'll go on the different thing, like let it come. So we have like as I told right here in the installation method, you can see you can download a var as well. Okay, here you have a var option as well. So here you can have a var option as well. So you can download the var and you can run the var. How you can run the var? Wherever you downloaded that var file. Okay, if you go to the downloads. Here I have so this is Jenkins var I have. Okay, now what I do, I create a command here. From here, I can take java -jar. I can say, I can use Jenkins var. Okay, but this also defaultly it works as a port number as like it take the port as HTTP 0, like sorry, the default port is also take as 8080. Now since like that is 80 is already running, we have to take it as a different port. So HTTP port equal to, I can use 8081. If you run like this thing, it will handle legal exception. Okay, so what it will do, it will this is also kind of one other way you can install your Jenkins. Either you can install as a service installer. What it will do, it will do that as a service installer, and this is as a kind of var file running on this thing. Either you can use any of the method to install to start your Jenkins. So I already have this var this thing. So once that has been, now previously I used 8080 for my Jenkins already and 8090 for my Tomcat. Now I'm using 8081 for this way of installation. I think my Wi-Fi has a problem. This is very bad. Status is good only. So now I take the same thing. I'll use 8081 port. So here I have like Jenkins, this thing. It is my existing Jenkins. I'm using login thing here. I don't want to waste some time here to installation only. It take a lot of time. I don't know. So normally here, right, like with your normal activities, this is your Jenkins homepage. Here you will get all this. Here you'll get all these kind of things. Okay, here you will get all these kind of activities as this is the homepage. Yes, it will ask you to create an admin user once like setup done, right? This plugins is done. It asks you to set up a user, so you can set it up a user as admin password kind of thing. So there you can have like set up a username, password. It asks email as well. You can set it up all those things. It will take it up. Okay. So once you set it up that, usually you won't have these things. Let me delete all these things. So it will shows like you as this thing. This is the very first page when you install, when you set up done, it was like, you know, it is the first page where you can able to see. And here you have like few items. So left hand side, what are the, you have menu here, these menus. And here, like what are the jobs? If you have anything, you configure this thing. If you have any jobs, all those things will be displayed here. Okay. Now here we have like here is the username. You can set it up. I set it up as a username as admin. Here I'm setting that username as admin. Here you can see this. And here I can see builds, configures, credentials. If I have anything, I can do a logout. Here I can see Jenkins. Here I can see the dashboard. Here you can see manage Jenkins, manage Jenkins. So this is the one item where you can go into manage your entire Jenkinses. This is the kind of administrator access to the Jenkins. This is the administrator access to your manager, your Jenkins. So normally in real time, like in our regular projects, sometimes we won't give this manage Jenkins access to the freshers or these kind of people, right? We won't give this access because it is maintaining the Jenkins, entire Jenkins be maintaining here. So we don't want to take it up any risk. So we won't give this access. So I'll show you like how you can take it up that access and all things. Okay, here we have some kind of options, like some kind of these things. So here you can see the system configuration and security and system information and troubleshooting, tools and actions. These are the 5 to 6 things we have here. Okay, these 5 to 6 things here, whatever we have. So we are going on each and every item here, what we have here and what it is, like what it is to. All these things we'll understand today now. Okay. So the first thing is configure system. Okay, configure system. This configure system will works as a configuring global settings and any paths if you had to set it up. So it will do that all these things as a kind of configuring system. It will do entire your Jenkins configurations if you require to set it up. So suppose you want to send it an email notifications. So you want to set up your email kind of certifications. All those things you can set up here. And the first and foremost thing is home directory. Mean to say, where is your Jenkins is installed? Where is your Jenkins installed? Where is the Jenkins installed? My Jenkins is installed here. This is a var file, so it may have like different path when compared with others. So here it is in user Shiva Jenkins here. This is one of the path for where my Jenkins is installed. If normally, if you see the Jenkins in regular installation, it will show you like the program data, all those things it will show you. But here it shows me like this is a home directory. So where home directory is nothing but where you install Jenkins, where like your Jenkins has been installed. Okay. And if you have to system message, if you want to see, you can say like, you can see this star as well. And here number of executors. Here you have an option called executors. What these executors do? These executors, if you have anything to be need to be run, or if you have any process to be if you have any process to be run, that process need to be run through an executors only. That processors, like if you have some process to be processed, how it will be happen through an executor. It required an executor to process your processings. If you have some jobs, suppose Jenkins have some jobs. If you want to run the jobs, it required an executor. Without executor, a job cannot be run. Okay. So here I'm saying like I'm saying 5 executors. Mean to say 5 executors I can have. Suppose now I have like 10 jobs has been started very immediately. Now other 5 jobs can take like 5 executors, and 5 jobs will be in a execution queue. It will be in execution queue. So until the executor getting free, then only it will goes on that one. So this executor will help you to process your processings or jobs, pipelines, what are those things. Everything has to go through the executors only. These are the number of executors what I have.
So it's like workers, like 5 workers will be there for you to work.
No, it is just executors. All your jobs run through this executor. That's it.
Okay.
Okay.
Can that executors decrease or increase?
Yeah, you can do anything. You can increase or decrease. But if you increase it, right, if you're going on more than 10, right, it is so mean to say, suppose if you have like a 10 jobs can running on your Jenkins, it will be a very huge burden on the Jenkins. Okay, so we will have we'll usually maintain the access max to max. We use the 10. If we never give more than 10. If you give more than 10, right, like 10 jobs is running on the Jenkins, mean to say the Jenkins mostly dead. Okay, like it's very tough for us to running if you're like taking care of the Jenkins where it is running on more 10 jobs at a single time.
So like by using executor, we can run parallelly all the jobs, like 5. So we can run 5 process parallelly.
Yes, you can run 5 jobs at a time.
And these jobs, they are picked automatically by the executors, or I mean, is there anything that will be, you know, that
No,
will
it is
help me?
randomly check like what are the executor available. What is a, it is purely take a available executor, anything. Like suppose now I have like 3 jobs running. I gave 5, 3 jobs are running. Like 4th job, it will go where which one is available and it will go and it will do that.
Okay,
There is no
one executor, one job. Is it? Is that is that
yes.
the way?
Yes. So remaining, suppose you have 10 jobs is running and 5 jobs is, you have 5 executors only. Remaining 5 all will be in a queue until executors is getting free. It will be there in the build queue.
Okay, Shiva. Thank you.
Let me show you. See, this is the build queue. This is a build executor status. So here, right? Like once you update it, once you save here, let me save. So now again, I'll back to the manage Jenkins. So see here now it says like 5 executors been came here, and all as of now these executors are like in ideal state. Once you started running any jobs, it will be goes through the any of available executors.
Okay. Okay.
So or else it will be in a queue. Here you can see this is this also. Okay.
Okay.
So you can map any label. Say you ask, right? Like so suppose I want to have like I want to have a dedicated these things, dedicated executors for my this thing. How can I make? So you can create a label here. Say like only debit card jobs required to run here. You can just put it a label and you can set it up the usage as only build run with the label expression matching in this node. You can select this thing and only like, you know, if you gave this thing only like, you know, only the label expression matching of the particular debit only, that particular jobs only can run here, or else remaining jobs won't run. So, but it is a master, right? Like it is a Jenkins where we install, we won't use any label and we always use this as use this node as much as possible. This is all we say. So this is a quiet period, mean to say, if you're running one job, after one job completed, how much time gap you required for your next job. So that is also you can set up. So now you don't know what it is here. So you can just click on this question mark here. You can see that content. When is an option is non-zero, a newly triggered build of the project will be added to the queue, but Jenkins will wait for the specified time, specified period of time before actual start of the build. So it will wait for this, if it is a non-zero, it will wait for the 5 seconds for before the job runs. When I click this, okay, submit the job, it will wait for 5 seconds and it will wait this 5 seconds in the queue and then it will goes to the job executors actually. That is the option. So here you have SCM checkout retry. Suppose if your Git is not working or Git was not able to find something or Git was unable to access something, it will try to do multiple checkouts from your Git. So that is also one of the other option you have. Okay. And now restricted project naming, you don't want to some restrictions, all those things you can do. You cannot save like a default pattern naming strategy. You can set it up all those things. And this is a Jenkins URL. This is a system administrator email address. You can set up any system administrator email address.
Jenkins in URL, this is your PC IP address for 192.1.
Exactly, madam. This is the local. This is the local host IP which I have running on the Jenkins. You can see here. If you restart your PC, this will automatically changes.
Yes.
So server resources file from other domain. If you have any other root, if you have any other domains, if you want to configure to the Jenkins, you can specify their root URLs. Like you can specify their paths and all these things you can do here. And you have some global parameters. So environmental variables, tool locations. If you have to anything, if you want to have, you can all set it up here. and speed, durability, like a kind of these things you can set up here. Like say how much max is, whether it required to have a speedy speed and not stable, not an efficient. So you have some options for that. Performance optimized, much faster, like less durability and it's a bit faster, maximum durability but slowest. These are the options you can set it up to your Jenkins kind of thing. So here you have like some kind of options, this thing, like a global build timeout. You can enable this timeout and say like if a job is running on, usually your like a job is running 20 minutes, but 30 minutes is also okay. I can wait for 30 to 35 minutes. Okay, fine. But if my job is running on 2 hours, mean to say there is some kind of issue is happening on the pipeline. And now I can't cancel the job. It required, it goes out of it. It goes of the timeout strategy. Then you can set up here how much of time minute it has to say. I say like 60 minutes. If my time, if my build goes to 60 minutes, are automatically about the job. Okay, that you can also, these kind of setups you can do here. And this is a Gradle Enterprises. Forget about the Gradle and timestamper. Your system check the timestamper, all those things you can do. I think this is the one it is failing here. See, this is the timestamper got failed. These are all, I know, plugins. Like when you add a timestamper plugin, it comes as this thing. If you not have a timestamper plugin, it won't get you. If you have a Gradle plugin, it will comes like all these Gradle Enterprises build scans, Gradle Enterprises integration things. So now we have fingerprint to be cleaned. You can see this. There's also option you can set up, and administrative monitoring configurations. If you have, we can set up anything. See, like permission assigned, securities, and build node with agents, executors, CSR of production monitor. You can see this CSR of production. So here, you, as I told, right, some plugins is there, like who designed that plugins, either if the plugin has been, authenticated, like whether plugin has been vulnerability. So scannings of those things, cron triggering monitors. There are a lot of security administrative monitoring things that it will do. It will, you can select all those things, or else you can deselect whatever you want to have. Okay. Next to global build is discarder. If you want to discard your builds, like how you have to do specific build discard you can do, or project build discard do, like why and what configuration, what these things you have to do. All those things you can set up here. And next you have you can set up your GitHub server, GitHub API page, GitHub Enterprises server, and here is global pipeline libraries. What I told like previously here, right? Groovy script kind of libraries. Share libraries are common this thing. Here you can add like what are the library path you have. You can add here the path. So name of library, default version of that. All those things you can add here for your Groovy script or share libraries. So timeout steps, get plugins, global configure, user.email values. If you like a config user.emails, user. For the Git plugin, if you want to have set it up something, you can do all those things. So shell command, if you have any shell executable things. And here you have extendable email notification. And if you go a little bit downer, you have email notification as well. So you have email notification, you have extensible email notification. This plugin, this configuration will help us to send an email notifications, these things. But Gmail cannot be accepted. Gmail not accepting any low level security emails. So if you have Outlook or something, you can try on this thing. Okay, here you have to provide SMTP and default user suffix details. And here you can provide like some kind of advanced kind of thing options like TSL, SSL, what kind of these things. You can directly get it from in the website. Like suppose SMTP for Outlook. So here see server address SMTP mail.outlook. This is the one you have to copy here. I already copied and default user this thing. We go to the advanced here. I can use TLS. And once you use TLS port number for the TLS, here you can see this. If it's the TLS 587, can configure the 587. These are all, and I can do a test configuration as well. it won't go because here you have to use authentication method. Client not authenticated, so you not have authenticated your username passwords, so you cannot send kind of these things. Here you have option to send it up usernames like if you go a little bit up here, you have option to configure your email IDs. Okay, you have to configure your email ID. Say like if you goes on advanced here, so here you have to set it up a credentials. Like you can set up a credentials. Here I have to set up credential, then I can use these things. Or else if you scroll a little bit down, here you have an option like instead of SSL, you can use SMTP authentication, username, password. I've used GLSLR, the same thing. I can utilize this thing and reply address I can set. I can do this thing. I can test this again. Still it won't send because Gmail won't allow you like a low security email authentications. So it says authentication, sorry. So it won't send because of authentication successful, unsuccessful. So even if you have that, it won't send because I don't have, it is Outlook. I don't have Outlook email address because I'm just giving it as Outlook here and I'm providing that as SMTP as my Gmail. So if you have Outlook, you can provide that and you can try that as well because Gmail won't allow you to do that actually. Okay. So these are all things you can do in a configure system where you can set up your email address, where you can set up your Jenkins location, where you set it up like, build durations or like a build time. Build time out. Give me a minute, guys. Let me get some water. I don't know. Give me a minute, 1 second.
Siva, I wanted to ask, how do we add jobs here? Hello?
He's not at the system. Wait for a moment.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm back. So these kind of things you can do in a configure systems. Those are you can do a configure systems. Next, I'll first go to the plugins, then I'll come to the global tool configuration. So here you have options like updates, available plugins, installed plugins, and advanced settings. So what is this plugins? What is this plugins? So suppose if I require to configure, any of the tool to my Jenkins. So if I require to configure Maven tool, I require to configure Java, I require to configure Docker, I require to configure Terraform. Like this, right? I required a kind of tools. I require to integrate a lot of tools with Jenkins. How can I do that? When how Jenkins is enabling that integration to you. So Jenkins is enabling that integration with the help of plugins. So like we will get the plugins. These plugins enable us to integrate. Okay, once here you have an option called, here you can see the plugins. So Jenkins is giving you a lot of plugin indexes around. They have 1800 plus community contributed Jenkins plugins you have. So there are like a lot of plugins is available. Because of now, if you say 1800 community contributed Jenkins plugins, you have mean to say 1800 plus tools you can integrate it with your Jenkins. You have 1800 plus tools you can integrate it to your Jenkins. That is one of the beauty. So whatever the you name of, whatever the naming of the tool you can name, so it will directly, it will be there. It will be there. You can configure that. So that is a way you can utilize this plugin. This plugins is help us to integrate your tools. If I go to this manage Jenkins here, okay, so available plugins, it's connected to the Jenkins plugin. If I enter some plugin here, it connected to me the Jenkins plugin homepage. And what are the 1800 plus plugins here? It will be listed out here in available plugin. So now I can check whatever I want to have. Suppose if I want to check a Docker, here I have Docker plugin. No, I don't want Docker. Now I want to have a Terraform. I have Terraform plugin. Now I want Maven. So Maven integration build tools it you have. You have Artifactory, you have Kubota, Maven release plugins, Maven info. They have different types of Mavens. They have different types of these things. So this is a Maven integration is a build tool. They mark it as a build tool. You can see this thing. Suppose if you're going on the Kubernetes. See here, this is a Kubernetes plugin. Like this, you name it, it will be, you name it any of the tool, it will be there. Like suppose it is Zira. Here you have your .NET SDK support and .NET as a script. Both can be work as a your .NET thing. This is for the .NET Development Act. This plugin provides handling .NET SDK's core as a global tool in Jenkins. It includes the build wrappers and several convenience builders. This plugin is able to execute your CS code as a Jenkins build step. Are you able to see it, sir? You asked me how to configure this .NET, right?
Yes, you are.
Here you can configure like this way. You can any plugin you can install. Suppose I take a Docker plugin. I'll take a Terraform plugin, or I'll go on Docker. So here is a Docker comes for me. I go here. Here I'm mentioning install it without restart.
Okay, okay.
Just I click here. So now this plugin along with me, it is also installing Docker Commons, Docker API, Docker loading some plugin extensions. It is doing something. Let's see, you can see that's now installing kind of thing. It will after that you can restart the Jenkins when a job no jobs are running, so you can do a restart of that. That is also you can do, but it will just refresh that thing and it will be properly installed kind of plugins. Okay, suppose now I'm installing Docker. Before installing Docker, if I go to this global tool configurations, after you installing any plugins, it will give you the setup. Okay, it will give you the kind of a setup where you can configure how you can configure. Suppose you it says suppose see here, this is a Maven I have. Now here I don't have Docker. See here I don't have I don't have Docker anywhere. Okay, I don't have Docker anywhere. Now what I'm doing, I'm installing this plugin for the Docker. After installing the Docker, now it will enable a Docker option in global tool configurations. It enable me like a kind of global tool configurations where you can do the configuration, that particular tool configurations. Suppose here you will have, here I can see you. Let me show you. Here I have a JDK. In JDK, I have already created this thing. So here I have JDK, I have Java, and I gave the Java home path. What are the home path I have? I already given here. Okay, this is a one way I can integrate a tool with my local. I have Maven here, like I have Maven here also I gave, that is Maven, and Maven home as I given where Maven is been there. These are the Java home and Maven home you gave it as a your environmental variables. Okay, this is how I can configure my Java. This is how I can configure my Maven. Now, once this is installed, once this okay, now this is completed. And here I can go and see installed plugins as well. Here I can see installed plugins as well. So these are the plugins meant to say it is already installed and in my local, installed in my local. If I see here Docker, see Docker Commons, Docker plugins, all those things. I have plenty of options for that. These are the 4 it has been installed, right? Like previously Docker plugin, Docker Comms, Docker API, this kind of plugins. These are the plugins, dependency plugins it has been installed. Here also I can have an option to uninstall that as well. Okay, I have an option to uninstall. Now I'll go to the global tool configuration here. I'll just do a refresh. Now do I have option for the Docker here?
Yes.
Yes.
Here I can say Docker. Previously Docker was not there. Now once I install the plugin, it enabled to me. Okay, now we can now plugin has been enabled. Now you can give the configurations, or you can set it up that you can do a global tool configuration here, like all the tool configurations you can do here. Now you can add your Docker engine here. So you can come here and you can install this Docker engine, all those things, installation routes, all those things you can provide this thing. So this is how you can provide global tool configurations. This global tool configuration will help us to configure your tools. Okay, if you require any tool, first you have to go to the plugin and you have to install the plugin. After that, you have to come to the global tool configuration and you have to configure that tool. Okay. So now I'm going on here. I'm just here uninstall this uninstalling this Docker plugin. Have uninstalled, and again I'm going on installed plugins. Go Docker. Even I have some Docker, some other tools, but it is installation pending. Once like it required to do a refresh of the page. So this is running on a var, so I can't do that. It is trouble for me. The setup is still happening. Okay, I ignore that plugins. That is okay. Here I can set up an admin. I can set up a password for that. Confirm password I can give. And the name I can give. Email address I can give. This is Jenkins URL where it has been shown in our this thing. Now I save and finish. So this is what it is. But anyway, I'm going on here. So once it is uninstalled, has been pending. Once it has been refreshed or restart, then it automatically goes on that one. Okay. So this is what you have. Plugin manager. In the plugin manager, you have some options. So available plugin mean to say it will available plugin mean to say it will connect it to your plugin central plugin manager, which is it's connected to the Jenkins plugin manager. It will list out to me what are the plugins available here. Installed plugins mean to say what are the plugins installed on your PC. And advanced settings here. You can see some advanced settings here. And sometimes these plugins, right? These plugins will, the extension of plugins is .hpi. Okay. So you also can develop a plugin. So if you have developed some plugin, that plugin has been not there in the Jenkins plugin. If you want to configure that, you can configure here through deploy a plugin, or you can do here, choose your deploy plugin, or you can have URL and you can deploy the plugin also. Here you can do manually also, you can do this thing. You manually also, you can do this, update the plugins as well. So you can install the plugins through the manual way by using advanced settings. Here you have download progress. So once you have like something, say these are the things it shows. And here the last option is updates. So how we are receiving updates to the mobile, right? How we are receiving an update to the apps to the mobiles. Similarly, they have a plugins updated. So they are updating some plugins here. So these are plugins has been, latest version has been applied here. If I go to here, this is other Jenkins was what install, try to install thing. So see, these are the plugins. It has been running. It is still installing the plugins. Okay. These are all, it is running. This restart when the job is running, it will automatically do the restart of this. It is getting connection timeout. Okay. Maybe after this again, I'll rerun that. No worries. So this is how we can have latest updates for these things. Yeah, suppose this is JUnit. This is they came up the latest. Download and reinstall this thing. So I can this thing can be updated. So like this, you can update. You can update also your plugins can be updated. You can install plugins either in from the Jenkins plugin section, or you can manually upload a plugin, and you can also get an update to the latest version as well. Anything, all these things can do. After you're doing only, you're coming to the global tool configuration. You're coming here and you're setting up your paths. So like how you're configuring the tool. Suppose as a tool, right? Like Jenkins, Java I configured Java home path here so that my Java can be taken. If I not set up this Java path, if I say I can take it up any path. So suppose I'm just I'm just removing these lines. What it say? Program is not a it is not a directory on the Jenkins controller. Perhaps it exists on some agent something. So it is not a directory. So it is asking no, it can see it does not look like a JDK directory. It says like until unless it found the JDK directory, it says like that only. It will throw you an error. Okay. It will throw you an error until unless if it is a correct path. That is how you can configure your tools to the Jenkins. Okay. So like, normally you have to configure like a lot of tools, like you have to configure Kubernetes, either you have to configure Ansible, you have to configure your Docker, you have to configure all those things. These are all tools you have to integrate with your Jenkins. So our responsibility, like DevOps responsibilities, they say like, suppose application team comes, hey Shiva, I'm trying to do we are integrating some kind of a new technology here, like we're integrating C Ash here. Can you install the plugins? Can you make it up? Those things can be run through the like your pipelines. Now I have to go to that and I have to see the plugin available and I have to configure the server, and then only I'll cover once the plugin is installation, I come to the global tool configuration. I have to do the configuration of that particular tool, and then I can say yes, my Jenkins is ready to accept your what are your requirement. So this is a process you have to follow. So any questions here?
How can he send the jobs now here? If you are managing Jenkins as a DevOps engineer, we are managing Jenkins. So others, developer or tester, how can they share their task and job?
No, we'll go on that one, madam. That is the one we are learning here.
Okay.
It's not a simple one word to say. That is entire Jenkins. You ask the question for entire Jenkins.
Acha. Okay.
So down the line, we show like how to configure Docker and do the imaging and all, right? Like,
yeah, if you have like, see, it's here only we're doing the tool configuration. Suppose if you have a Docker server, you can install the Docker configurations. You can do that. Okay, Docker installations. If you have, you can add Docker installation root. If you have anything, you can add this one. These are we can configuring the server. After that, you're like how you have to do this. All those things you have to work on that one.
Okay, so that will be part of syllabus, right? Like so end to end.
Oh, no, man. See, that's my jobs has to do. Now where I configured my Docker is where I'm running on. Hey guys, can you go on mute, please? No, sir, don't go on like too advanced kind of thing. So now I'm just giving, I'm not going on any agent kind of thing. I simply here on this my master Jenkins. Now I configured plugins and the corresponding plugins. I configured the tools. That's it. So anything, any questions here?
Shiva, question regarding Groovy script. Like, is it essential for a DevOps engineer to understand Groovy,
No,
or
sir.
can we manage?
No. It's some specific particular projects will have like they want to have a design the Groovy, but it is very rare. Like if you get 100 jobs on your this thing, most probably like in 100 jobs you'll get it like only 1-2 jobs is they'll ask like these things.
So, what's the exact scope of work in for a DevOps engineer in regards to Jenkins? Like,
Entire
you said,
thing you're maintaining entire thing like this are all as of now we discussed about only like configuring system plugins and configurations. These are all you only doing, no one will do. You are the owner of the Jenkins. DevOps engineer is the owner of the Jenkins.
Siva, I have a question. So, do we have to, as from a DevOps perspective, do we have to understand do we have to have the complete knowledge of all the tools? Like, as you said, global tool configuration will have, everything like Maven, Ant, and other Docker and everything. So, like, a DevOps person should know all these tools. I mean, how they work and what is that. So, just
The
coming
same
from a
question.
non, yeah.
The same question I have answered in the Maven, madam. Why you have to learn? Why as a DevOps engineer need to learn Maven? So now you
Okay.
understand why you have to learn and why you are required Maven knowledge. So you're
Okay.
configuring
Yeah.
here and you're utilizing the tool.
Utilizing. Yeah.
If you don't know, if you're not say, suppose if they say like PHP, I don't mind like what PHP does, all those things. Even see here in the Maven also, I didn't gone with any code, so I don't know what
Yeah.
code, what is inside of that. I'm not required. I'm not worried on that one. So my worry is how to create a package for that. That is my worry. And if I'm creating a package, where the package has been creating, how I'm going to utilize the package. That is the major use for me. I don't mind what code it has been there. I don't mind like whether it is a like a what kind of it is. I don't mind on that one. Okay, but what I'm learning here, I have to learn a build tool, because what I'm doing, I have to build a package here. That is my responsibility. If I require to do a build of my technology, if I require to build, then what I have to understand how that building is happening, where this build package has been doing. That kind of at least the configuration things I have to understand, right?
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions?
Hi Siva, this is Sai. So what kind of interview questions can we expect on Jenkins?
Anything, man. Everything here as everything. So they'll simply ask you like, hey, I have a plugin, but that plugin is not available in my from the Jenkins. Do you have an option to upload that into your can you upload that into your Jenkins plugin section? Can you do that?
If it's available, then we can do it, right?
It's not available. It is been there in my local.
No, if it's in local, I think, yeah, we can do it by uploading the file, right?
Exactly. You have to answer the same. They can ask anything like Jenkins is one like core subject for us. I told it is a heart for us as a DevOps engineer. It is hard for us. So whatever like you have to like they can ask anything. So there is a kind of requirement. So see if 100 people are utilizing 100 questions you will get. Okay, so be thoroughly for each and everything what you're doing on this here, Jenkins. But they won't ask that kind of a silly questions. Say like it is a real time. They'll ask what kind of pipelines you do, why you do that kind of pipelines, what is the logic, this thing, how you maintain this thing, like that kind of a questions they'll usually ask. Anyway, I'll share you some interview questions in the group. So I'll definitely after this I'll share the interview questions. You can utilize that. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Is there any relationship between that GitHub, Jenkins, and Maven?
Relationship means to say, see, I'll tell you, we are, all these, what are the tools like we require to integrate with Jenkins, sir. Okay, Jenkins is going to, we are installing, we are configuring the Java, we're configuring the Maven, we're configuring the Git, all those things we're configuring into the Jenkins. That is the only relationship.
One question, suppose one server is there, you have written some codes in that server. So then we need to validate those codes and we need to put it in automate, make it to automate. So what is the process?
Sorry, I didn't get your question. What is the question?
I have written some code in the server.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that means suppose our requirement is like one job is there. Once that job is completed, it will go a message or like email to everybody that job is completed. Okay. So we have written some code in a server. So how to automate those things?
If your code is in some local, I'm not sure how to take that one. If your code is in somewhere, it is in here, right? Like in some SCMs, anything kind of the SCM Bitbucket or GitHub kind of thing. I can take the code, I can verify the code by using any scan tools, and I can send it an email notification as I already have. So those are all things as a part of your pipeline. So you have to set up your pipeline, take the code as one step, and validation the code is one step, and sending an email one step. So those are all you have to do as a your part of pipelines. That is the automation process you have to enable.
So there is no requirement of GitHub then.
Where is your code is matters, buddy. If you say my code is in local, I can't get the code into the system, right? If you code in your local, how can I get that into my my Jenkins?
Okay, got it.
Like Shiva, Jenkins, we are using Jenkins for automating the different tools in a pipeline. Okay, and suppose one tool is not working, not work properly. So how can we troubleshoot that pipeline?
You know what tool working, or you don't know what tool it is?
No, exactly. We create the pipeline by using different
Madam,
tools.
we didn't discuss anything on the pipeline. We will come back on that one. Okay, we have a long conversation. That is too early to answer your question. Okay. Anyway, while discussing the pipeline, you can remind me. I'll answer you that question. I'll show you like I'll put it up. 1, 2 stages has been failed stage. You can understand that you're not required. After we discuss about the pipeline, you will understand yourself. So any other questions?
Siva?
Yes, sir.
Do you give any example for configure with GitHub or Maven in Jenkins?
Yes, sir. I'll do that all practice sessions. Like today, I'm just giving you theoretically what it will be there in that.
Okay. Just my question only. Okay, not a problem.
First, try to understand the concepts. Okay.
Then
showing.
Just now, first of all, we can just like any kind of plugins you have required, then we can go to first manage plugins. And after the plugins are installed, then we can go to configure it on the global tool configuration, right?
Yes.
And after that, our system configure system means what? Whatever configuration is available here. I have some confusion under a configure system.
I told email configurations, Jenkins home paths, and build failure, timeouts you can mention, and these are all a lot of things I explained over there.
Okay. Just like a system level configuration, right?
Exactly, sir.
Okay. And node, manage node and clouds?
I had to discuss, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So this is I had to discuss. So I'm not discussing this at the moment. I'll discuss it like later section. We have a separate section for the nodes and agent configurations. And this is Windows as service. Because I'm running this as a WAR file, I'll get this one. If I'm going on the manage Jenkins, normally here, if a normal install, I won't Here, no, okay. Here it is in download progress. Yep, still it has been download progress. Let it take. No worries. I'm not ready for that. So if you do the normal thing, right? It's already as a Windows services, so it won't ask you. It won't tell you that do that. Okay. See, it won't have that because if I'm running as a var file, it say why can't you go as a Windows services? So I'm okay with that. I'm not. I already have this thing. I can ignore these things. Now I have option for the security. Now I'm going on the security. Security mean to say like what kind of security things we usually have: authentication, authorization, credentials, like how can I approvals, like all these things, access related kind of things. Everything will comes as a part of security. Suppose like who can log into the Jenkins, or if you log into the Jenkins, what kind of privilege you have? So what is the authorization you have? What kind of authentication? So how you're logging, whether you can log into the Jenkins, or do you have like access, like do you have like if you log in, what kind of privileges you have? Read permission, write permission, what kind of things you have? Like this, there are like kind of certain parameters you have to configure for the security things. That all we will be discussed here in this security section. Okay. If here I'm just going on the very first thing, configure global security. Okay, this global security will help us to make authorization, authentication and authorization. I mean to say, who can log into the Jenkins, and once if user log into Jenkins, what kind of privileges he will get that one. These are the two options you will get it with here. Okay, so authentication, disable remember me. When you have like when you have here right, like when you have here right, like these things. So login, usually you will have a remember me, you have a remember me section, right? So that remember me section, you have like you have to provide that remember me section usually, and username, passwords, remembering kind of things, right? That and all you can have, that and all you can have here as a remember me. Now you can ignore, you don't want to disable remember me, you can set it up. Okay, and next you have security role. Mean to say, whatever, like where you are saving the username. Suppose you have username and password, you're creating username and password. So where you are setting up that one, how you are storing that username and passwords, that all in call and security role. So if I see here, there are some types of different types of options I have. Delegated to a servlet container, Jenkins one database, LDAP, none. You can provide like this, plenty of options. So suppose LDAP server, I can configure it. It asks me to configure the LDAP server here. Okay, so it is asking me what is LDAP server. Now, if I say Jenkins one database, so it will be automatically copied into the Jenkins one database. Okay, it copied into the Jenkins one database. Or else it can be created a servlet container. It can be created a servlet container. It can be created that servlets the servlets is also can be have an authentication factor. It can be connected to any database. There also you can have an option to authenticate it yourself. So here you can see these are the users. Allow users to sign up. So this option we can provide. So users can go and they can create their account and they can do the sign up. That is also we have options. Okay, this is the authentication. Okay, once user was able to log in, just consider user has been created in Jenkins own database, and now user has logged in. Now, what kind of privileges he has to have, what kind of authorization factors he have is enabled. If you scroll down, there are also some certain operations for us. Anyone can do anything. Like even if anyone can come and anyone can do anything, like there is no restriction for these things. Next, legacy mode. When a user login, you have to have an access only to the legacy mode. You don't have access to the GUI, all those things. Okay, that is one option. Logged user can do anything. So I mean to say any user can log, right? Like if a user logged in, he have a right to do anything. Like mean to say have a directly we are giving an admin privileges to the users. Next, matrix based security, project authorization security. Both are same. It is like one specific thing as matrix based security. I'll go on this thing. So what it will do here, it will give you a kind of a metrics. It gave you kind of a metrics where you can enable the specific roles to the users. Suppose you overall it is quite an admin. No, overall it required a read permission. You can set up this read permission. You can set up this read permission. This is admin. You have a proper full permissions. If any user you want to configure, so for that, let me create a user. Here I comes manage users. I already have a user Shiva, but anyway I'll create one more user. So I configured as a Prasad also. Okay. Now this is the user. I have two users now. I'm going on here. I'm adding a user. I'm taking user as a Shiva. So Shiva user came, and I'm also adding a user Prasad. Both are came as part of me. Now I don't want to give Shiva as the full privileges. I want to give only read access to the Shiva. So I can set up this thing. Overall read access only I can give it to the Shiva. And for Prasad also, I'm not. I only gave like create our administrator. Now for him, like I'm only giving it as a run job, view job, these kind of things. Like I can have a specific permissions as well. But I'm not giving anything to Shiva. But for sorry, for Prasad, I'm not given. For Shiva, I just gave a read permission. Let me save this thing. Okay. Now let me log out here. Now I'm an admin. I'm log out and I'll join with as a Shiva. So do we have option here for the manage Jenkins?
No.
I logged as a user as Shiva,
Oh.
but I don't have a manage Jenkins because I have only read permissions. Here I can see build history. If I have any build history, I can able to see that. If any people I have, I can able to see that, but I don't have a manage Jenkins here. Okay, I don't have manage Jenkins because of I don't have admin privileges. I don't have admin privileges, so I don't have manage Jenkins here. Now again, let me log out to the admin. Okay, let me go to the again manage Jenkins. Okay, here like I go to the configure global configure security. Now I'll give the admin privileges to Shiva. Okay. Now again, let me save and let me log into the Shiva user. Now Shiva user can able to see manage Jenkins. User Shiva now can able to see manage Jenkins because we told them, hey buddy, this is like you have admin privileges. Now he can able to use manage Jenkins. Previously have only read access, so you don't have access to the manage Jenkins. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So this is how we can set up these things. Even when you create, let me show you. See if I set it up a user here. See, like when I created a user here, it says, see, Jenkins own database. That is also under the security run. When I have to create a user, I have an option to create, like it is under the security run, under it is saving under the Jenkins own database. That is what we learned here as I'm going on the global security. Here I have Shiva has full permission. So overall administrator for user for Shiva. I can remove this thing. I can specifically configure either only like some set of permissions I want to have. I can set it up that as well. Okay, that user also can do like these things. This is a matrix security. So most of the times we use this thing only in the Jenkins. So as I'm using, like I have like 11 members team reporting to me, and for like freshers, I feel like if any like new people come into my project, I won't give directly give read access only to them for a certain time to understand this thing, because Jenkins is very crucial for me, and entire my automations has been there in Jenkins. I don't want to screw up anything, so I won't give manage Jenkins access to them. Okay. So for others also, like they can only view jobs, areas, credential jobs. I'll give the based on the role, I'll give it the permissions. Okay. Any questions here? Here we discussed about authorization and authentication, both.
Just what do you mean by ad group?
So you can set it as a group of people as this thing, and you can provide a group of access as well.
Okay, that means more than one user
Exactly.
you can add on the same network.
You can maintain users as a group as well.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
And Siva, we cannot give developers a limited access to Jenkins, right? It's not allowed, correct? Or they will still have the access to the Jenkins.
No, for suppose developers only, I'll give read-only permission. Why developers want to have administrator permission?
Yeah, that's what. Like limited permissions. Except the admin. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, like that's what I do. Based on about these things.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, here markup formatter, it says like, do you have any plain format? You want to have any things? So you can use safe HTML or plain text for your mailing conversation. Like when you're sending a mail, how your markup format are required, you can use any of those things. Agent, so now I'm not going on this agent kind of things. I'll put it as a disable kind of now. I'm not going on anything on that. And as I told, CSRF production is one kind of, so now I'm going on the multiple plugins. So suppose like if a plugin, there is a plugin which is the vulnerability. I mean to say that plugin is not a genuine plugin. How can I get that one? CSRF is a one kind of a production. Sorry, it is a protection. It do the protecting that plugins and from a vulnerability kind of things. That is the activity it will do with these things. Enable, you can do the compatibility, all those things you can enable, and you can use that as a issuer. Okay, this is one it can be useful. Next, notify commit access tokens, git hooks. This all will goes on. So any API token, any server you want to have, host key verification configurations. These are like kind of more features it enabled to you from the Jenkins side. If you want to do anything from those kind of things, you can utilize. You can configure these things. When I go to the Jenkins, when I go to the manage Jenkins again, I have other option as manage credentials. Manage credentials. Like why I have to manage the credentials? Why I require credentials in Jenkins? Simple understand it is like, suppose it is an automation. I have some kind of end-to-end process I have to do. If I'm doing an end-to-end process, there I don't in anywhere I don't want required. I don't want any manual or user intervention to provide. I don't want any manual intervention to be provided. In such a case, what I have to do, yes, even one particular time I have to provide a credentials as well. Even I don't want to do that. I don't want to provide any manual intervention for that. It's if it is even credentials as well required, I can provide that credentials from here itself. Like I can integrate a credentials here, and I can forward the credentials inside of the job itself. I'm not required to provide any user intervention actually. Okay. I'll show you like how we have to do that. So suppose I'm going on the manage credentials. Yeah, so here you have like different types of credentials. So that is I'm going on the system credentials. Here, global credentials, it is unrestricted kind of thing I have. Here I have option to add credentials. When I click these credentials, it is asking like different types of credentials. So either it can be username, password, or private key and public key, or a token. So there are plenty of ways you can authenticate it, or you can provide the credentials. So now here I have an option for username, password, AWS credentials, GitHub app, SSH username, private key, secret file, secret test, a certificate, or XY0 certificate, any of these things. There are plenty of ways of credentials you can forward. If I take username and password, I'm saying like where it is, the scope is enter the scope. Okay, now I'm using like a username. This is my username. And this is a password. And what credentials is this thing? These are the Git credentials. Just consider these are the Git credentials for me. I save this as Git credentials and I create that credentials now. Now I have a Git credentials and I have a Docker credentials. So like this, I have both. So previously I have Docker credentials. Now I have Git credentials. So this is how I can save. If you're going on username, if you're going on private key and public key, you can have a private key and you can have a public key. All those six things you can have. Or if you're going on a token, you have a secret text for that one. You can provide that as well. So there are plenty of options. You can add a credentials as well. Okay. Any questions here on the credential?
So, Shiva, those credentials are used by Jenkins while accessing Git. Is that correct?
Exactly. If I require to, if I while I'm doing, so suppose I have a private repositories in Jenkins. Okay, I'm using Git private repositories. Okay, such cases, what I have to do? I have to provide the credentials. There I have to provide like this thing. Okay. I'll show you like where you can provide the credentials while inside of your process. I'll show you. But exactly whatever you told, that is the way you are doing. So when it required, we are providing that credentials. Okay. Any other questions, sir? Okay, I hope no questions. So along with that, you have configured credential providers. Go here and credential providers. Like if you say here, all available are only some sort of credentials, only like, some kind of credentials sections you want to configure. Say only like username passwords. No, I want like, I don't want any username passwords. I want to have only public key, private key combinations. I can set it up like this thing. So I'd say like only selected here. I can have an option, folder credentials, Jenkins credential provider, user credential providers. These are all options I have option, and types also I can say selected. I can select it kind of these things, username with password, AWS credentials, or whatever I want to have. Like I don't want anyone passing like username password here. I can remove this thing. I can save this thing. So like this, I can provide like, okay, for my Jenkins, these are the kind of credential providers only can be possible. I don't want anyone use username password to my Jenkins. Then I can disable that. So this is how I can disable that. This is the way I can disable that one. Okay. So this is what you call configure credential providers. Next, manage users. We have like we gone with and we created a user. We can delete that users as well. I'm here. You can see here Jenkins one database security realm as well. Now I'm deleting the Prasad user. Done. User deletion is completed. So we created user. If you want to edit, you can edit the user. If you want to delete the user, you can do that. So all those things you can do by using manage users. So like suppose when there is a new person come to me and say like, hey Shiva, I require access for you. I want access. So I can go and I can do all those things.
Shiva, one question with regard to manage users. Now, let's say we have very less number of people. That's okay. One by one, we can add and use. What if we are using in an organization level? We'll have huge number of users. So that time, huge number of applications running. Any other way?
No, in organizations we never use this kind of user access buddy. We always use LDAP access. Okay, so it we won't add any users here. Like as I told rightly here, as a we won't do Jenkins user databases. You simply go here in the global tool configurations. You're not using security rel. You have to use only instead of Jenkins source database. You're going to use LDAP. So now what are the users like? We ask the users to raise the request to that access to the LDAP sync. So users has been added to the LDAP. That is a separate team will taking care. They'll get access. What are the access for that group? So you can say, suppose if I have a group for the like a dev access, if I want to have like read access, I can create multiple LDAP groups and I can ask like, suppose the developer came, say, hey Shiva, I want to have access to the Jenkins. I say, why you want to have? I just only read access I want. So I can see like what LDAP group is for the read access. I can provide that LDAP group him, and I'll ask raise a request to that. That user can need to be added into that particular LDAP group. That's how I will do in a real time. We never do it as like regular users, like here as a users own database kind of thing.
Got it.
Makes sense.
Yeah, sorry, I was on
like suppose we are providing some role like admin to some user. So those users exactly react the same as a root admin, or there is having any differences between the main administrator and the other created admins?
Now, administrator, like see here, you have like a there, right? It's what administrator have. So if you have administrator, means to say you have entire privileges. Even if a normal user can have an administrator. Here, I just for the purpose, I just gave it as an admin. So usually it won't be have some kind of admin. You will have a normal regular users. That regular what kind of privileges that user has as matters. Suppose even I created Shiva as user and I provided administrator access to him. So now he's a kind of admin as well.
So he can delete me?
He can do. Yeah, but he has administrator access, right? He can delete anyone.
See what is LDAP is nothing but some kind of access protocol wherein
No,
can you
LDAP,
just
LDAP is nothing but a kind of a group group kind of thing, like you user profiles and all, right? Like set it up project oriented groups you can create it with this LDAP actually. And so it is a purely say to be easy to understand, it's a kind of a group, madam. Okay. So you created a group of these things. So suppose I want to have 3 groups. One for the dev users, one for the admin users, one for the regular users. So now I require to have 3 groups required to be created. Active Directory, to say you like very, very frankly, it is Active Directory.
Oh, okay.
Do you have an idea on what is Active Directory?
Yeah.
Okay, LDAP is also nothing but one of Active Directory.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay. So here, this is a thing we have in process script approval. So as I told, right, like, let me show you that. See here we have like, script console, because you have a script console where you can, when I click this, when I open the script console, here it says like, type in a Groovy script and execute it in the servers. So you have a kind of a script console where you can enter something. So in suppose you're running some script to say there is some kind of permission denied error. So it required some permission to, suppose this script is, you ask it to delete something. So it says, I can't delete it. It required an approval from an admin perspective. So that kind of approvals will be here as your script approvals, in script approval. If there is any, is there any script, while processing the script, it is looking for an approval, those things will be come here. Allow Jenkins administrator to review proposed script written in Groovy, which is run inside of a Jenkins process and could bypass the security restrictions. Here, one script has been pending for approval. Let me click this thing. So when I have a script console, when I'm running a script kind of thing, it is looking some kind of a privilegizations, or it looking some kind of approvals, then it will be triggered as an approval. It don't have anything. It's simply they gave a kind of these things. You can approve these changes. They don't have anything, just for sake of purpose, they gave approve. Clear approve all those things. That's it. Our in script approval gone. See here, I have like one script approval. They gave default thing, just approved that and it all gone. So that is what you call in process script approval. Actually, that is called in process script approval. Okay, that is only like, when you do like a script console. Okay. And other than that, like we have some system informations related to your environment, like, any kind of this thing, system informations and system logs. It will provide you the logs of the system, like all the Jenkins logs will be here. You have like everything like related to that, all kind of configuration logs, everything will be here. Even you have a log level, you can set up a log level here. It is info level, warning level, or error level. What kind of log level you want to have, you can set up these things. These are the system default level. It provides you like entire logs for the entire Jenkins, not for one application, not for one job kind of thing. Okay, these are for the entire system level. Load statistics mean to say like here it will provide you statistics, say how many jobs you have, like how many number of executors you have, how much of these things. So here you can see short form, long form, you can see the medium form, you can see like how much of jobs you have, how many jobs you ran. So it will give you like kind of graphical representations along with the statistics. Say like you ran 100 jobs this week, how many jobs, like this, it will show you like all the statistics of that. Okay. So load statistics keep track of 4 key metrics of the resource utilization. There's a number of online executors, number of busy executors, number of available executors, queue length. Based on the consideration of those things, it providing you like kind of metrics for the resource validations. This is what you have here, the mention. So these are all also kind of system defined kind of thing. You're not going to do anything on there. This is about Jenkins, about any license information, about Jenkins version, anything if you want to have, you can see here about the Jenkins things. So they provide you all this, what you have here in the Jenkins, all the related to the system Jenkins, or the license you have, all those details they provided here. Okay. And other thing you have, manage old data. Oh, manage old data. Okay, why? What is the manage of old data? What is the manage of old data? Manage of old data mean to say like suppose I'm running this Jenkins from like from more than a month. Okay, so I'm running this Jenkins from more than a year. Let's consider I'm running this Jenkins more than from a year. Okay, so in the when I'm maintaining this from a year, I'll have all the things related to these things all related to my Jenkins. It will be there. Last 1 year back things also will be there in that. So why I've required for last 1 year back jobs? Why required like last 1 year back jobs?
Maybe for auditing or
see, like you are a kind of a developer buddy. So okay, you develop, sometimes you develop, sometimes you ran for like more than 10 times kind of thing. Like 1 year old data, no one will ask. Okay, even it's a 1 year also fine. Like you're running Jenkins from last 3 years. Do you require the last 3 years data?
I think no, maximum 6 months or 3 months.
That is max fine. So if you want, like, you don't want to keep it up that say like, hey, I don't want to keep it up less than 6 months data. You can say manage your whole data. Like, yes, I have to maintain these things only because your Jenkins is become, you know, like it is very heavyweight. When you have a more number of jobs, it will become very heavy for maintaining kind of things. So this is where you do the manage whole data kind of things. So give configurations, remove those kind of things, like what kind of you don't have any whole data to be found here. You can set up in a whole data here, and you can say yes, this is like, I can say like last 6 months data, before the 6 months data I want to remove, I can remove these things, or I want to keep only like last 10 days data, or like I want to keep only last 5 days data. All those things I can keep as this as a whole data kind of things. But I don't have any of these things as of now because it's very, very brand new kind of things. Okay. And the next is like tools and actions. Reload Jenkins, reload configuration from the desk. If you're like if you lost the Jenkins, and if you're able to save your Jenkins into your like kind of a disk format, you can do that. You can get it from the disk. That's a old format. So disk can be loaded into the disk. That is the one thing. Jenkins CLI, you have a Jenkins CLI. Jenkins also have a CLI. I'll show you like this thing. So these are the kind of type of commands you can execute on the Jenkins. These are like can be executed as a Jenkins CLI. If required to have a Jenkins CLI, you have to use this Jenkins CLI.jar. So how I use the Jenkins.var file, here you have to use Jenkins-CLI jar and set it up this path, and you have to set it up the Jenkins CLI, and you can run your you can sorry, you can run these available commands inside of your CLI. But I never used, I'm even not seen someone using Jenkins CLI, but you have option for the CLI as well. And script console, I already told there is a script console available. You can execute your Groovy scripts here. So that is the one thing you have here. And next is prepare for shutdown. You can shut down entire Jenkins. Like it is uncategorized. This is where to be configured, to be categorized as Jenkins. So it is throwing me an error. So this can be ignorable. So these are the things you have in your managed Jenkins. So like, look for that what you have and try to change some data. Just go see and each and every data like this. Do like, do some time R&D here on this managed Jenkins. Okay. So any questions here on managed Jenkins?
We need to explore more on it.
Sorry?
I think we need to explore more on it.
Yeah, you have to do it more.
Yeah, Shiva, I have one question. Like
yes,
suppose, yes, sir. Suppose I have given access of my Jenkins to other users. So should I give the particular URL to them to access the Jenkins, or is there some other way?
No, like see if that even if you're providing a URL, whether that user have access to your Jenkins.
Yeah.
You already they already have like access, then you can directly provide the URL. What is wrong in that one? What is your question? I didn't understand.
Suppose I have installed a Jenkins on my local on my server. Okay.
Okay.
And I gave access to my two of my team members for using Jenkins with default permissions or some of the permissions.
Okay.
Should I have to give them a URL or something else to access the server portal?
No, just provide the URL. Fine, right? Like if you provide the URL, they can if they already have access to that particular Jenkins, they can, if you provide the URL, they can log in there.
Okay. Okay.
I think same process for the everyone, just like administrators or any users, the same process,
yeah,
not any other process.
Yeah, it would be the same, but how they can able to log in, mean to say they require to have access. That's it.
But if anyone user have a limited access, just like any user have a read-only permissions, then no, just like a different kind of menus or just like manage things or build a study, they cannot be visible. That particular user,
that is
only for read-only permissions.
That is a common thing. Like
yes.
I didn't understand exactly your question, buddy. But you like suppose you can provide access, like you have like your team have access, and you can provide the URL to them. They can log into that URL. If they don't have access to the URL, even if they don't have been part of that Jenkins, even if you're providing that is also, there is no use, right?
Okay.
Siva, can we see? I mean, I know although the jobs thing you will cover it later. So as a DevOps engineer, do we resolve the issues related to jobs, the performance, and if there is any issue, if it gets failed, or if it is going to be covered later by you? I mean, am I too early to ask you this question?
And then see, I told the very thing. Jenkins is like you are the boss. You're owning the Jenkins. You are like it's kind of you are going to be the like Jenkins is going to be entire your core subject. So whatever it comes, you are only solving. That is why they're paying you. Like this is a DevOps tool, madam. That's what I told very initial onwards. This is the one core for us. So everything it is owning by your DevOps engineers, and anything related to here, you have to do this. Even performance wise, troubleshooting wise, whatever you have, you are doing on these things in Jenkins. That's it. There is no point of, there is no other things.
So do we get to see, how to resolve the issues or how to increase the performance? I mean, in throughout the session, in further sessions.
No,
Shiva, just to add clarity to Madam's question, can you give us some scenarios, some common scenarios where troubleshooting takes place? That am I right, Madam? Is that where you were
that's
going?
what. Yeah.
Some common scenarios, some where we face issues, how to troubleshoot. This kind of scenario, Madam was inclining.
See, like whatever we told, these are the a kind of a kind of regular things. But our major activity, we creating the pipelines, and you working with the pipelines, you configuring the tools. These are all kind of your regular day-to-day activities you do with the Jenkins. If you want to troubleshoot, just go to the pipeline and write some disconfiguration, just write misconfiguration and run the Jenkins. Automatically get failed, and you can troubleshoot where it is went on that one. You ask your friend to do some misconfiguration. Now Jenkins pipeline will be failed, and now you go and see where that misconfiguration has been applied. You can try on that one. That's what I usually ask, like if any new person join, he said he knows Jenkins, I'll do some misconfiguration. Hey buddy, there is an issue with the Jenkins. Okay, go and find that one. If you want some use cases, kind of thing, like configuring tools with the different locations, that is the one thing. Like you have agent configurations usually, right? Like most of the activities comes, like most of the Jenkins issues occurs, when you not have like Maven, what not have these things, are you not like access related issues, these kind of issues you usually get, or else like suppose permission issues, all those, these are the common issues you'll occur with these things. But other than the configurations, like configurations and pipelines and all common activities. Other than that, if you ask me, like security issues or a kind of permission denied issues, those are all user common, common factors of issues you occur with the Jenkins actually.
Shiva,
No, but if
sometime
jobs fail,
we are
okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, what I mean is, if suppose a particular job is failing in Jenkins, so are we the one to resolve or?
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, that scenario only you are asking.
No, that's what I told. No, that's what I told. You have a job. You ask your friend to misconfigure that job. That job failed. Now you have to look, you have to resolve the job. Now you have to find where is the misconfiguration has happened.
But then someone as a fresher into DevOps will not be able to directly, I mean, we should have some examples.
No, that's what I told, right? Like if they know Jenkins, I'll ask the first question. I do the same thing. I've done the same thing. I'll ask, like, I do the misconfiguration. I'll ask, hey buddy, I'm getting this error to the Jenkins. I'll take a 1 week time and, let just help me. What is the exact issue? If you want to have troubleshoot things, that is the way you have to get it, right? I can't assign, if you're a fresher or you not have a Jenkins, I can't assign you real-time scenario, right?
Yeah, I mean pressure to the DevOps. That is what I mean. Okay, no problem. I got it.
No,
Yeah.
no, well, like, any issue related to the Jenkins, it's solving by the DevOps engineer only, madam.
Okay, okay.
Okay, because you are the owner for the Jenkins. That is clarity.
Okay.
That is clear for you, right?
Yeah, Shiva. Thank you.
Now you're asking there is a Jenkins issue, so who gonna solve that one? So like, I'm a fresher, mean to say you're even if you're a fresher, you are like now you are trained on Jenkins. That's what you have to tell. I say like I'm a fresher, I don't know Jenkins, mean to say you can't. They won't hire you.
Okay, understood. Yeah.
Yep, you can utilize Jenkins account for any multiple projects as well, sir. There is no point of this only for the one project, not something like that. You can create a number of pipelines or a number of these things you can create on that. There is no restricted like that. But other teams require to have access for the Jenkins. And you have to maintain, you have to provide their views actually. So one particular team, suppose you have two teams. One team have only one set of access. One team is required to have set of actions. You go to the global tool configuration, go to the security, project-based matrix, matrix things. Their view you have, you can click the views and you can set it up that views. Here also you have a views. So based on this view, you can set it up. Okay, well, these are the set of jobs only you can able to see. You can create a view. You can create a view and you can say like, okay, in this view, one project related activities you can have, and you can provide access to that particular team only for that view. Then they can able to see only particular jobs. That's how we can, restricted to the multiple, if you have multiple projects.
Okay, so Shiva, like suppose I have two projects in two different URL running on two different URLs. So like we have to install Jenkins on single. So on the single server only, or should I have to install on both the servers?
Even my laptop, and now I'm running two Jenkinses. One is on 8080 port, one on 8081 port.
Okay. So it will be manageable. Like I
port
will
is
manage.
matters. See, even it's a simple application, buddy. Jenkins is a simple application. That application, how you're running is matters. Now I'm running this with 8081 port, and I'm running with the 8080 port. Two applications running on that. That's the port is matters for me, right?
Okay, so you mean to say that like if I am using Jenkins on my on one server, I can access the pipeline and CD from the other server also on this server.
How simple. You can go to access if you don't have access to other servers? No. You say like you have one single server, buddy. In one single server, you have two applications. Okay, you have two Jenkinses you have. Okay, if you have access to the two Jenkinses, you can go and log in and you can see that. But you have only access to the one project, you go and see only one project.
Okay.
If you have access to the servers, you can go and log in and you can see the folders of the Jenkins. You're not logging into the Jenkins, right?
Okay. Fine.
Sorry, someone is asking another question.
Means in Jenkins, we only deal with one team project. And we can having multiple instances of like multiple Jenkins. We can download multiple Jenkins in our laptop with different port numbers. But one port number only following one project.
No, like one Jenkins. See, project is not matters for me. One Jenkins instance have one port. That's it. You can give it to the n number of people. That doesn't matter. It's not required to have only one project. You can have a number of projects. Who gonna deal that one? I don't mind. But that Jenkins have a load to the Jenkins have a capability load maintain that many projects.
All those people are belonging to same project or same team.
You
or
can
they
give,
may be
you can give. You can give one Jenkins to all the access, or no, I have two different teams, two different Jenkinses. You can create two different Jenkinses with the two different ports and you can give them access to that one.
Because while creating the users, we are not providing any information related to project, team and all that. That's why I'm asking.
Who said? I don't know. Like, see, suppose I'm a manager. I know who is coming to my project and what is going to do in my project. Then I'll, based on that, I can tell that, right? Hey, buddy is coming to this project. You give access to this project. Without knowing me, how can I bring the person to my project?
But here we are not providing that information. Huh?
See, here, this is the application. You are too generic to ask that question, actually. Okay, see, whoever the person, I know, like, suppose Rubina coming to me, my project, I can give only Rubina's access here. And suppose Sachin is coming to the other project. Why I've given access to the Sachin here, this project?
Okay. Means we are having already those information with you.
How should I know that one? If my manager coming and telling, hey, Shiva, Rubina coming to your project, then I'm like, I gave my access to the Jenkins. Like, I can't, it's not an open book, right? Like, it's not open, like whoever joining the organization give access to them. It's not something like that. It's my project related Jenkins, and whoever coming to my project, only I give access to them. There I ask them to raise a LDAP request, or if I have like my own Jenkins, I can, one database, I can maintain that. That's how I go on that one. If any person is coming, how should I give it is open access? It's not something like that, right?
Yes. Understood.
Shiva, maybe the same question I'm asking a different way. GitHub is a central repository. Being an organization like ABC organization or say HCL organization, it can have a GitHub where the thousands of repos can be there, or the 1,000 projects can be running. But now the 1,000 projects to work, there could be a Jenkins as a Jenkins as a pipeline tool. Now, since our one Jenkins can handle max 10 pipelines alone.
No, like a Jenkins, see, how much it can be handled based on how much resources you're providing it to the Jenkins by day. If your Jenkins is a very huge, you can provide that, no worries. If you not have, like, you can configure agents. That's what I told, like Jenkins is a distributor here. They told, like, in futures itself, we didn't discuss about any agents, but I'm showing you like Jenkins is a distributed kind of thing. You can configure agents. You can configure, see, Jenkins can easily contribute work access multiple machines, helping drivable test deployments across the multiple platforms faster. How you do that one? How, like, you do have, you going on these things via agent configuration. See, like you have your Jenkins you can maintain your Jenkins is small, but you can create a number of agents. You can run your pipelines through their agents. That is also going to be possible. But don't ask me what is agent, all those things, because we are to discuss on the topic.
Okay, fine. Thanks.
Shiva, you are saying that Jenkins is a open source, so there is no license required. But whatever plugins, tools, installable, we are inside doing that and all licensable only, right?
No, who said I install a plugin where there is no license for me, right? They didn't ask any license for me. Okay. I've installed some plugins. I installed Docker plugin, but no license is required for me.
Okay, so whatever tools like plugins we are using inside Jenkins, everything is open source then.
Exactly, it's all open source. But how you restricted yourself, like I all like you, if you're going on the enterprises Jenkins, they'll have an option to disable the plugins. Okay, it won't directly connect it to the Jenkins plugin manager, so it won't, you cannot download it the plugins from the Jenkins plugin section. So it will always they always ask you, like suppose Red Hat. Okay, I work with Red Hat. What Red Hat do? Red Hat, disabling your plugin manager. So you cannot install any plugin from your plugin section. So whatever you have to require, you have to go to the download. You have to go to the Red Hat. You have to download the plugins from the Red Hat, and you have to upload the plugins only. Even if you have to take the latest version, also you have to follow the same thing. They won't allow you to take directly because it's an open source. How can I maintain that particular things? So what they do, they maintain some kind of their plugin, their own plugins, and they disable that. That is one of the contribution. If you see their Jenkins, they have contribution to the Red Hat. They disable that plugin manager. They won't give you permission to that. And what they do, they simply ask you like, okay, what plugins you want to have. Red Hat is also maintaining a Jenkins plugin manager. Windows, they have some registry for the plugins. They have like here, if you have hundreds, they have like tens of plugins. So in the tens of plugins only, you have to utilize that.
Okay, got it, Shiva. Thanks.
Okay. Everyone will have a different login to the based on your role, Mona Lisa. Suppose you are an admin, you can have a different login. If you are like kind of your Jenkins, while logging into the Jenkins, you have to have a different user. Or else, suppose I have like one access. If I deleted one thing, I say like Mona Lisa did. How can how people can understand that? Just consider we have only one login as admin. So we have 5 people, you, me, Sachin, Rabina, Ashish, all these people, we are all been there. We have only one login. I logged there, I deleted pipeline and I ask, okay, Rabina did or like Mona Lisa did or like Sachin did. Who knows that? Will it make sense, madam?
Yes, sir. Got it. Thank you.
Okay. We'll take a break, guys, and we'll be back here in like 15 minutes. And we'll go on the further. Like today, I'll show you like how to create a jobs, and at least I'll try to go on the freestyle job. Okay.
कौन आता है कौन है पता नहीं रॉन्ग नंबर से 87 स्टार्टिंग नंबर किसका है पता है लास्ट में 947 फोन कर रहा हूँ
I am back, guys.
Yes, sir.
Yep. So we'll wait for another couple of minutes, let people join. Okay.
Hello, Siva. Are you on mute?
No. I'm just my Jenkins, whatever I installed, right? It is taking loaded. That's why I just. Okay. So here I'm in. I came back here. Okay. So as it like we saw what is a managed Jenkins here, and build history. Here you can see the build history. You saw the people. When you click the people here, it shows so look. Okay, one like what are the users which has been there in that. So this is one option. Another option here we have plus new item. Okay, plus new item. When I click this plus new item, it says like, see here, a new job. It says you can create some kind of a jobs here. It says some kind of jobs here. One second, I'm just seeing like anything has been. Okay, I'll take it up that in the next set. So when I click here, it gives me new item, and it gave me a couple of new items here. Like it create a folder, multi-branch pipeline organization folder, multi-configuration projects, like this thing it gave. But here the first thing it says like a freestyle project. It's a one kind of a job. What it says, this is a central feature of Jenkins. Jenkins will build your project combining any ESCM with any build system, and this can be even used for something other than the software build. Okay, they say like this is a kind of this is specifically used it for the build jobs, and even though it can be used as other purpose as well, but this is a one of the central feature can be used to build your project. I'm clicking on this thing and I'm writing that as a freestyle one. I'm writing name job as a freestyle one. It is enabled for me. I just click OK here. Okay, so here I have some options. It gave me a lot of options. So now we have to see what these jobs, what these are all. Okay, first is general here. Like I think I have a Docker. Let me remove the Docker. Let me remove Docker. I don't require Docker now. Okay, it is pending uninstall, right? Like let me restart this thing. I just restarted this thing. Even by this time, I lost my Jenkins. So again, it is asking me username. I gave. Username and password. It is taking time to sign in because it is said to be Jenkins full up and running. Yes. I may have Docker, but these are all can be, or these are can be. Docker plugin is gone. These are the junk after the Docker. But anyway, I'm going to this new job here. Okay, so I go to the general any description why I'm writing this thing. This is a freestyle job and using blah, 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 blah. I can give this kind of things. And here I also have an option to discard old builds. Here I can have discard old builds as I told, right? How many days of builds you can keep, how many max the builds of you have to keep. Even in stuff, you know, you're going on a specific, if you're going on the entire Jenkins level, or you can utilize this as a job level. So here in this job, I have an option to discard old build. I can say like, okay, last 10 days, or last 15 days, or last 30 days of jobs I can keep. Other than that, I don't want to keep that. Even in that 30 days also, I want to keep max 100 jobs, 100 builds only. I don't want remaining keep that. So I have an option to do that by using discard old builds. Okay. And it's a GitHub project. Yes, it's a GitHub project. You can provide the project URL. That is, this is a project, not your like not a code. It's a GitHub project, not GitHub your code. Okay, remember that. It's a project URL. If you also have a GitHub projects there, you have to get the project URL. You can add this URL here. And this is the option as this project is a parameterized. Suppose there is a parameter required to run before you say, suppose I have a data, I have huge data, and I want to like, you know, get the data for country India. I want to get the data for the country India. So like there is a kind of process has been happening when you give input as a country name, it will fetch that data only. In such cases, in such scenarios, you have to provide input data. So in such input data, you creating in a parameter. Say suppose I have string parameter here. I'm creating country. You can say, you say it can give default value as India. So you can provide that as, you can provide like this also. You can provide that as well. So once you provided this thing, when you start running your build, it will ask you the input parameter. It will ask you have to provide any kind of input parameter for that one. So this may be input parameter maybe can configured as an environmental variable to your jobs, like your code. Your application team can tell you like, okay, this can be right as like this thing. You have to pass this input variable. All those things you can get in touch with your application teams. Okay. So next is throttle builds. Throttle build to say for one build to other build, like one build to other build, how much gap it required to say. Suppose if you see here, it's enforce a minimum time between builds based on the desired maximum rate. How much minimum time between a build to build. Suppose today I've ran one build. Okay. Today I ran one build. So next day, I don't want to run this build in this today. I can say, I can throttle that build. It cannot be run for the next 4 hours. I can run a kind of as restricted say, I can throttle that build and it cannot be run for the next 4 hours. I can set it up that. Those kind of things you can set it up with by using through and execute concurrent builds if necessary. Concurrent build mean to say same job running twice, same like a suppose I click 2 times, it's running 2 jobs because it's not good something for me to write something or run jobs concurrently. So I won't enable that. Okay, I won't enable that. If you go to the advanced thing, here you have a quiet period, retry count, build option projects. They have like plenty of options you have here. Okay, I'll go one by one on that. Next is source code. Source code management, SCM. We have a Git. We have Git and we are getting the repository of URL. Suppose I'm going on the Git. Let's consider my Gamma cut. I take this repository. I go here. I update the repository here. So now we can see here. Now we can see here the credential session. If it is a private repository, you require to provide credentials. So suppose if I require to provide, I can provide what credentials I have. Like suppose I can provide these credentials. Like this, I can provide the credentials based on whatever I want. So suppose I don't want to provide any credentials. It's none. So I told you like we added the credentials. Now here I can able to see the credentials. From here, I can pass these credentials to the GitHub repository so that it can be authenticated to the private repositories. Okay, and branches to be built. Which branch of source code here? Like you have 4 branches, 3 branches. From what branch it has to be take the source code? Just answer. I may have to main, not in the master. I'm taking as a main. I updated that one. Repository browser, everything looks good. I'm not touching anything. I said take it from the main branch. So that means to say I provided the URL. If I require to provide the credentials, I have to provide. And if I require to provide what is the branch, I have to provide all the details. Now I have a source code where I know where the source code is. Now I have to know the branch of the source code. All those things detail has been provided here. Now if you come to the build triggers, mean to say how this job can be triggered. Mean to say how this job can be triggered. There are like some ways it can be triggered. Actually, it has some ways to be triggered that build. How we have. So the first option, if you see, trigger builds remotely. Mean to say, example from the script. Okay, see here you can copy this thing, Jenkins URL, job, freestyle token. These are all you can create, and optional you can use cars equal text something. You can create this thing. You have a Jenkins CLI. You can execute this command from your CLI. You can run. This job can be triggered. That is the one option you have. Next option, build after other projects are built. Suppose I consider I have job A. If job A is success, go to the job B. If job B is success, go to the job C. If job B is not success, fail, go to job D. This is my use case. Can anyone able to understand this one?
Repeat once.
I have a job A. This job A, if job A is success, then job B need to be run. If job B is success, then it goes to the if job B is also success, it run job C. No, job B got failed. It need to run job D. Does it make sense for you? Any clarity?
So if the job B fails, still it will go to job. What is that D? What I mean?
It has to run the job D.
Okay.
It has to run the job D. If job success only, it has to run C. If job success is not success, it's running like C. It's success means to say it goes C. It's not success, it goes to D.
Yes.
Okay. In this case, what I can say, B have downstream. Downstream as C job and D job. And B have a similar manner upstream as A job. A job have downstream as the B job. C and D have only a stream as B job. Are you guys able to understand that?
Yes.
No, I mean this downstream and upstream. Can you just elaborate here, Deva?
Okay, downstream mean to say if this job is success only, you're going on this job.
Okay, okay.
Mean to say this job, when this B job run, if A job is success, mean to say there is an upstream job has to be run. If that job is successfully completed, only this job is runs.
Okay.
Okay. So now what is the downstream mean to say? Like now, if you see A have as a downstream as a B job, but B job have upstream as A job and downstream as a C and D. Okay. So now C and D have a upstream as B. So mean to say either based on B condition, B either success or fail, either it can be run C or D. Okay. Does it make sense?
Yeah, understood.
So now here is the same thing. So now just consider build trigger, build other projects are build. Suppose just consider this is my B job. This is my B job. Just consider B job. In this B job, like just forget this don't have any job as of now. It will list out the jobs if you provided here. It said trigger if the build is stable, mean to say success only. Okay. Trigger if the build is success only. Like suppose this is a just now what I'm writing, that's a B job. So here I mentioned as a. If A job is stable only, you have to run this this entire job, or else just ignore this thing. If even it always trigger if the like always trigger even if the build is aborted, even the build is fails, even the build is unstable, if the build is stable. So we have some plenty of ways to say. So where you are writing, if you're writing the B job, you have to wait for the A job. You have to write the details of A job. If you're writing C job, you have to write for the B job. If you're working on the D job, you have to write the B job details. Now here I'm consider this is a B job. I'm writing A job details here. And I say trigger only if this build is stable. So I mean to say build A is stable, then build this B job. What now I'm writing the B job actually. Just consideration, I'm writing as a build job, B job. Okay. So this is what nothing but build after other jobs are built. So just understand the concept, but like I'll create one more job and I'll run these things. Okay. Now this other option is build periodically. Build periodically is nothing but a kind of a cron job. Cron job, nothing but a cron job, scheduler job, or like a cron job, scheduler job. We can call anything. Cron job is nothing but a scheduler job. I mean to say you want to run in a specific time, you run this job. If you want to run this job on like a twice a day, or like for every 2 hours you want to run, or the job need to be run on every Monday, or the job need to be run on every hour, every day morning 10 a.m. Like this, you can create it that as a scheduling things. You can create some scheduling things. Now here I have to provide that scheduling details. Here I have to provide the scheduling details. Say when this job can be run. Let me get you the cron syntax. So crontab.guru is one option. Here it will help you a lot easy for these things. Okay. This cron syntax have a 5 stars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What this 5-star representation? First, this represents minutes. Second star represents hours. This represents date, not date, day. Say every month have 1 to 30 days, right? That's the days. Here it represents months. Here it represents day, weekday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, kind of thing.
Yes.
Okay, so this is a cron syntax. Now, these are the representations. Now I have to say, like, buddy, the job need to be run for every day, 10:30 morning in the day. Every day, the job need to be run on every day. Suppose 10:30, 30 minutes, 10 o'clock on every day, on every month, on every weekend, every weekday. So if I write this thing, it says the job can be run on every 10:30 a.m. on every day. Let me say you the same thing. See, if I run this thing, today is 5/7. If I ran it by the 10:30, next job is on 5th, 88th is the next tomorrow date, and again 10:30. Like this, you know, it will run for every 10:30. Mean to say it's specifying time. Mean to say every day 10:30 a.m. If I say this is not 10, I'm saying like this is 22. It can be at 22, like mean to say 10:30 in evening, 10:30 p.m. So it's always take 24 hours time only. Okay, remember that. So this is how we can provide when it required. Suppose this is this required to run for every 30 minutes. This job will run. No, this required to run at 10:30 a.m. on every Monday. Every Monday 10:30 this job will run. No, this need to be run on Wednesday as well. Though this is required to run on the Friday as well. No, this job is to be required only on January, February, and June, and December. In these dates also, the job only required to run on every month start and every month end. So what it says, every day at 10:30 timeline, 10:30 hours, this need to be run on the every month of first date and 30th on months of which month? January, February, and again June and December. These are in these months from on the day 1 and on the day 30. This at 10:30 this job need to be run. This is how you can schedule your cron jobs. Anything here, guys? Any question here?
And how about weekly jobs, sir? If I have a job runs weekly.
On weekly means when? Sunday? It runs on every Sunday.
Okay.
Okay. Now we can mention like this, says this job can be run. Now I'm specifying the time, mean to say when this job required to be run. I'm specifying the time. No, I don't want the time. I want intervals. Mean to say like one particular day, the job need to be run like for every 30 minutes. The job need to be run for every every 1 hour. How can I mention? Now say run it in 10:30, run on 11:30. Instead of 11:30, 10:30, I require to run this job on every 1 hour. See at every minute past 1 hour. So at 1 hour completion, every minute it required, or it required to run on. So every minute past 1 hour, it will every 1 hour. So suppose if job is run on 18th, like again it will run on this day. So next job will be run on this thing. Now we can mention when this interval, like suppose every 10th minute this job will run. every 10th minute. See if you if you run it by now, say 12:20, next job will 20 to 30. If you say if you run the job by the 10:30, next job will be 10:40. Same way, if you can run on the every month first day, the job need to be run for every 30 minutes. And also you can set it up as every 6 hours once 30 minutes the job need to be run. Past every 6 hours the job need to be run. So like this you can set it up. Previously you set it up as a time, specific time, 10:30, 10:40, like this thing. Now you're setting up as an interval, say like every 30 minutes, every 40 minutes you have to run this job. So now you can schedule this job like that. Okay, now I'm going again to my Jenkins. Here I'm saying now it is a 10:20. So first I'm giving 5 stars. And here I am mentioning that as to be run for every 10 minutes. It says, see, if a job is run by the 10:20, again, your job will be the 10:30. I can schedule this job. If I can save this thing, it runs for every 10 minutes. The job will run for every 10 minutes. That's what you call build periodically. Any questions here?
No from my side.
Perfect. Next is GitHub hook trigger. GitHub hook trigger for Git SCM polling. So, buddy, I don't know when this required to be run. I have a GitHub. I have a GitHub, and even I provided the Git repository previously. If there is any changes occurred on this GitHub, this job has to be run. Suppose someone pushed the latest code in there. Someone pushed the latest code over there. Now, trigger the job. Simple. I don't want anything. I don't want any mess. Only when there is a change occurs in there, the job need to be run automatically. This is the configuration you have to do. So for this configuration, if you're going on the Jenkins, if you're going on the here, you have, if you go to the repository settings, let me log in with my user ID. For every repository, we go to the settings here. Here I have an option called webhooks. Webhooks allow external services to be notified. Mean to say, when there is a changes occurred, Jenkins has to be notified. Okay, Jenkins has to be notified when certain events has happened. When specific event happens, you will send a post request to each of the URL you provide here. So you have to provide a URL here. With this URL, it is going to be notifying from the Jenkins as say there is a event occurs. What kind of events, all those things we will see later. Like we have to do a little bit configuration here. This and all we have to do, and then only we can do that. Okay, so we will see that as some practical session for the time. Any questions on this thing? Okay, I can anyway you'll get more clarity on by while doing that you will understand that. Okay. Next is this is a poll-ACM. Poll-ACM is also nothing but nothing but is a kind of poll-ACM only. Like see here, Git SCM polling. After the poll-ACM happened, there is a scheduled job. Suppose now there is a changes occurred today now. Okay, now there is a changes occurred in the job. After changes occurred, this job need to be run for every 10 minutes, every 30 minutes kind of thing. So after the event occurs from your GitHub, After that, if you require to run your jobs on the specific schedule time, you can run here. You can click this option. You can run these things. Okay.
No, not at all. So you have already told that some commands which you have mentioned in here. So what is the meaning of SCM here again?
Here, when this will be occurred, this is specific when this job will be triggered, notified. The job don't have any notification kind of thing. It can be run on the practical this thing. But the job when this will be activated, when only poll SCM has been activated.
No, still not understand.
Sorry.
Still I'm confused. Not getting.
Okay, what you understand here in the build periodically?
Periodically means you have mentioned some date, time or something like this. At that particular time, it will be done. That means it will build that code at the same particular period only. Here, full SCM, again, you are scheduling the same timing and
Only the changes will be, I mean, whenever a new changes has been pushed to repository, so that will be notified to the Jenkins and here it will be executed. Is that what you mean, Siva?
Exactly.
Okay.
And okay. And the above GitHub hook trigger is also same. I thought both are push hook. Okay.
Shiva, just one regarding poll SCM, like, is it kind of like it scans the code management in case if any changes are done?
Exactly.
Is that the difference?
Yeah,
so
it will.
Let's say you say on weekend, do poll SCM. So now let's say some developer was supposed to push a code on the weekend, but he was not able to complete it. So if it polls, it won't find any changes. So it's going to simply leave it as is.
Exactly.
Is that?
Yeah,
so
it will leave that if there is a changes occurred, then it will be, this job will be notified and the job will be triggered.
Okay. So whereas if you go for hook trigger, that time
Hook is the kind of a GitHub that is the one kind of push webhook. So what it will do, a GitHub webhook automatically trigger this job automatically.
Yeah, you're configured it so that it is listening to that notification. As soon as it gets it, it will push it, because that particular repository or branch, whatever it is, you have configured it so that if it triggers, it goes like that, an alerting kind of condition.
Yes.
And so that was that. Whereas build periodically is basically scheduler. You have scheduled it to run whatever it is at that time. It should run.
Yeah, kind of, yes.
And who decides these options? Only we as a DevOps person?
Your managers are like it's all sitting up, when you want to run this job is matters. So if I say I have a good now I want to run this thing, mean to say it cannot be. So your managers and your team sit it up and say, yes, we want to run these jobs on this specific team. All these things based on the functionality, you write this job. So that time you will run these jobs. So based on it's all entire project discussion required to happen.
Okay. Siva, thank you.
So Shiva, this poll SCM will only on the push or when the code get merged into the master? When the code get merged, the build trigger will happen?
Yeah, even merge is also like merge, everything can be taken up as a push events in GitHub. Suppose even if you change something occurs on your GitHub also, it will take that as a push event. Even if you push something, it will be taken up as a push event. That is one of the drawback with the GitHub actually. Suppose you take, if I go here, even if I go here, even if updated here, it take that as also push event only. So whatever the code changes occurs here, it always take that as a push event. Even if you merge, if you raise the pull request from pull request also, if you merge the code also, it automatically take that as a push event.
So Shiva, the question is, the doubt is like, see, I push a code, that push will be to my local branch, but until it's get merged, it will go to the main branch or the master branch.
Here you mentioning the branch name, right? What branch name you have mentioning here, like on this job? So like this job have a specific branch. It's not something all the branches it goes like whatever happen over there. It's not something over there. So you have a specific branch here. You're mentioning this. Yeah, how it get an SCM? Why? How it get an SCM? Here you're mentioning the source code details. Here the source code details you're getting this branch. So suppose if you're running in the different, if you're pushing that into the different branches, it won't ignore it. It won't require to push the job, right?
So like if a push has happened, so how it will distinguish that it should trigger on the push of a code or on the merge of the code, or it will trigger at both the time?
Both. That's what I tell you. It takes both as a push event only.
So we cannot distinguish that here, right?
No, that's one of the drawback with the GitHub. Even if I do some changes also, that will take as a push event. Even if you raise it from the pull request, if you merge the code from the pull request also, it will take this as a push event. Even if you directly use a git push also, it will take this as a push event.
Okay, but in that case, there will be misuse of the resource, right? Because I don't want that to happen on just a push. I want that to happen on a merge. So is there any way we can control that also?
No, even if you do the merge, mean to say, if there is a changes occurs on your GitHub, that will be take it as a push events. That's a drawback of Git.
No, I got you. That is a drawback. But if I want to control that thing, like say if things are running on the cloud, my resource will get wasted. I don't want that to happen. I just want to happen. I just want to run when the code get pushed, when the code get merged. So we cannot control that. There's no way to control that.
Here you have like you have some events here. Let me show you. Yeah, these many events you have. Here you have these many activities. So pull request reviews, pull request, push request, pushes, git push to the repository, pull request assigned like so auto merge disabled, auto merge enabled, closed, converted, draft, yeah, removed. Like these all can be take it up as a pull request only. Okay. So if you don't want anything, you can simply ignore this thing. That's it. So they gave for the pull request itself, they gave these many as a event triggers under the one poll kind of thing. Okay, they treated this as a git push. So git pull request reviews also they can submit this thing. So these are the kind of events they told. Yes, these are the events we have. So you can trigger this job. We can poll off any of the job by using these events. Okay. If you want to control that, either these are the options. If you want more than these jobs, we can't do.
Okay.
Even if you do commit comments, if you provided a commit and comments, this also can be run. If you do a deployments, you do like if you do like a check sets, you do check runs, even a branch production rule also if you created, this also can be rule created, deleted, edited, anything branch production rule applied, the job need to be run. So there are like a lot of events you have. You can choose like a lot of events where when you want to run your job or when your job need to be notified with your Git. Any questions?
Yeah, one question, Shiva. So all these settings and all we are doing, right? Because there are, when you go for organization level, there are huge number of settings for each and every project or whatever it is. So
huge
now
number of
let's say you
settings
want
where you have a settings.
Depending upon that application which is running, right?
Okay.
So
no, mean to say
that
where settings mean to say Jenkins setting or
yeah,
these
Jenkins settings.
Usually these are the build triggers you have. Other than this, you won't have more than build triggers this thing.
Okay. So now let's say if I want to set up another parallel Jenkins, so is that we have to do it manually or can we save that to a file or clone it or something? That feature is there?
I didn't understand your question.
Now let's say, for example, you talked about one scenario of Git repository. So now let's say multiple branches are there or multiple teams are working on different repositories and they are using Jenkins. So you have set up access, you have set up multiple repositories and triggers are being set up. Like for example, for one project, it will be schedule based. For another project, they are using hook based, whatever it is. So
you can take multiple jobs, you can have multiple triggers.
Exactly. So you have multiple jobs running in the Jenkins. Now let's say you want to set up another similar, another Jenkins on another server or something. So do you have to manually do it, or is there any way you can save this and clone it and edit it, something like that? Clone these settings into a file and then upload it and, make changes, something like that.
No, let me confirm what I understand. I have two Jenkins. I have Jenkins one in Hyderabad. I have Jenkins one in Noida. Okay, and now I have some setup here in Jenkins, and there is one more server is there in Noida, and there also I want to do something. So do you saying like whatever here, can I take it up, enter that thing as a dump, and I can provide that as I can dump into the Noida server? Am I right?
Yep.
You can take your home directory. You have your home directory have your jobs. You can't do a settings wise kind of thing. Say suppose this thing, you can take the jobs, like not on the configuration systems, not on the tools kind of things you can't do. You can take that once you have here this, where is the secrets? Okay. If I have your program data, here you have a Jenkins. Here in Jenkins, you have like a var, like once you have that, right, it will create a workspaces. After that only it will have like jobs will be set up there. If you copy this entire workspace folder and if you place it in like a when other server, suppose in Noida server, what are the jobs here, it will directly get there.
Okay. Okay. So it's automatically saving to this where file. I mean, where folder.
Workspaces. I yet to show you that. If I run this thing, workspace can be created. I can show you that.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
So we can share this where file, है ना?
Not var files. You can share your entire Jenkins as well.
Okay, like in AWS, we are creating image of EC2. So the same features executed.
No, that's not the same. Here, whatever you have, you copy here, take the home directory. What are the home directory you have? Whatever you have, copy over there, all the jobs, you can place it in any of other Jenkins as well. That is a simple funda.
Okay.
So here, these are the kind of, build triggers I have. And if you're coming to the building environments, I have like a delete workspace before build delete. As it's tell, right, it will create a workspace and you can delete that workspace before the build starts. Use a secret text or file if you want to have. Add timestamp to the console output. Inspect build log for published build scans. Terminate if job is struck. Like with Ant, if this job required to be Ant. So these are all kind of build environments you can provide. So suppose if you want to delete this workspace before this job, yes, you can mark this as any pattern to be deleted. You can check the parameters, check parameters if you have anything. If you're required to do external any deletion command if you want, you can write all these things as like this thing, okay? Or else you can keep it like that. And here you have next option you have here is build steps. In the build steps, here you have execution of batch commands, like execute of shell commands, invoke Ant, invoke Gradle skip, invoke top level. So there are like some plenty of ways of build steps you can do. Now this Jenkins has been in Windows, so I can use Windows batch commands. I can use MVN. I just use MVN clean install. So this is my build step. Okay. After that build, there is a post build actions. You can do here as a post build actions. You can send an email notification. You can editable email notification, set as a git commit status, git publisher, publish Jane results to the test report, build other project, archive this artifact, archive downstream results, delete the workspace when the build is done. Like they have, plenty of steps you have. You can follow each one like based on your requirement. So suppose this build, someone is asking, hey, my build is done. I've created Maven, so I want to send a notification, email notification. Just click here. You send it as an email notification. Take this email notification, write it up recipients who want to send. So you send email for every unstable bill also you can send. Separate emails to the individual who broke the bill. You can set it up this and you can save simple. So once you save this thing, once this job run, as a build step option completed, it do the post build action as well. It do the post build action as well. Now I save this job. Okay. Now I save this job. So now here I can see after this job, when I enter inside of the job, here I have status, changes, workspace, build now, configure. If I click configure, it gave me again edit options. Like what are the project I have? It gave me edit options. Okay, again, I back to the source these things. And rename, if you want to rename, I can rename. Like this I can do, delete the project, delete the project. So here I have a workspace. Okay, so every job will have a workspace where it will clone the code. It required to maintain the code and required to maintain target folders, all those things, right? Where it will maintain. Suppose now code is in Git, where this code has to become. How Jenkins run this code. So this code can be come into the local workspace of your Jenkins, a particular specific job. Then only it will run from there only. Let me build it now. You will understand a little bit more. Hey, do you have any questions or do you requiring any clarifications, guys? If you're okay, may I know why you're not satisfied with my explanation? Do you still looking any specific kind of things? Are you looking any more explanations? Anything? Can I know any? If you have any suggestions, I can take it up that.
So it has so many options. So we need to go through documentation of the Jenkins, what option does what. That's the point where I think which confusion is there.
No, that's where you have to learn a lot, buddy.
It has so many drop-down options.
Yes, definitely. Whatever you're using now, it is a very basic thing. See here, we don't have much things now. We are understanding this thing, so that's the reason varies in the first thing itself. That's the reason people think like DevOps has more capabilities than others. Why? We are dealing with multiple tools. We are dealing these things. So these are all kind of one-time setups you have to do, and one time you set up, then once you're going on the pipelines only. You will have a plenty of options because that is the futures. That is why they're paying you more than others. That is the reason they're paying you more, compared with the developers, why you're getting like 1.5%, why you're getting is 1.5 extra, from when you compare with the developers. If developers earning 10 lakh, your Java engineer is earning 15 to 20 lakh. Why? Because they are more capable than developers because of you learning more.
Oh.
That is okay. Does my explanation not satisfied you saying like these many options to you?
No, that is not the case. Like I was thinking, like there's so many options how to get it.
That is okay. No, I'm asking about my feedback. Does anyone have any concern on that one? Does anyone have any issues? Not able to understand what I told? Or I'm not clearing your questions? I'm just looking for any feedbacks. Like if you guys are not satisfied, I can take it up. That no worries. If you not speak out, I say you randomly provided. I can take it up that.
And no, I mean, Siva, there is a lot to learn. I understand, but someone like if I have to be taken, then I'm not from a developer or anywhere near to that field. So for us, it is little bit confusing. And yeah, I mean, it's going good. And yeah, there is a lot to learn, and
Oh,
how everything
madam,
connects
I'll tell you.
at
See,
the end is what
madam,
important.
prepare one. I'm telling you one thing. See, listen me first. If you're not
Yeah.
practice, if you're not coming with the practice, you won't understand. Not only this thing, not only this course, and not only this thing. Whatever you go, if you're not practicing, you'll forget. That's it.
Yeah, that is correct. You said it
That's what.
last
See,
time in the
now
session.
I'll tell
Yeah.
you now. Even when I'm installing Jenkins, you're not listening me, and you're installing things. Then what you have, what you will understand? Tell me one small thing. You're not
Yeah.
listening
Okay.
my class. You're directly installing things.
Yeah, that is correct. I mean, understood.
Then
I mean, I have not done that. Sorry.
no. I'm not. See, I don't lose anything. I'm telling you, it's not something to me. I'm seeing like where anything better I can do. That's it. Anything better I can do. That's what. It's not something for me. This is my 18th batch. Okay, even I gave like trainings for the many companies as well. That's not something this thing. But I'm seeing like why you guys are not happy. If I require to have provide more, even if you guys are not happy, then I can go out and I can ask like someone to take it up, and I can ask some other trainer to take the new sessions. No worries on that. Or at least I have to know, right, where it is, where the flaw it is. If you guys not understanding things, or if I'm not able to explain you things, I ask you like do you have any questions till the date? Even further, this 1 hour session itself, I ask you more than 20 times. For each and every topic, I ask you like, do you have any sessions? Do you have any questions? Even I'll take it up in the chat as well, and I confusing things. I am telling you that's things as well.
No, Shiva, because basically it is a lot of plugins and lot of configurations, so it's required a lot of practice. But you teach us very carefully. I know that, but it required more
No,
practice.
I'll tell you a simple thing, sir. Like it's a 4-hour session. What you're understanding in the 4 hours, you have to mind that and you have to practice that. Then only you'll understand.
Yes,
Or
of
else,
course.
if I tell my one, you won't remember. I'm 100% tell you, whatever you listened yesterday, you won't remember now.
Yes, I understood.
Even how much of you sitting on the system? Are you sitting like 4 hours? I'm talking continuously on 4 hours. Maybe you can go for a for at least bathroom kind of thing. You may miss some topic.
Yes, of course.
Okay, so that's the reason weekend sessions you have to get a lot of time to practice. This is a professional trainer. You have to practice a lot in the weekends, or in weekdays you have to do. Then only you will come. This is like I never encountered with any other batches. Like even other batches now. Just now also I'm responding to the other batch. He's saying like, sir, I practice this thing. It is getting to the error. I just responded to him saying like, okay, maybe try that other. So you guys as practice, a confusion mean to say it's not something, very root path to come and execute, man. You have to learn where you learn. Now I'm just teaching you. So if I'm teaching you, then where your homework, where you're trying to understand things, where you practice things only, you'll understand, you'll get a lot of things clear. It's a simple thing. I told one topic and ask you any questions. Again, I go to the next topic. If you miss one particular 2 minutes on this particular topic, you'll definitely confuse that.
Yes, of course. I agree with you.
Maybe I had to like I'm not required to explain this thing. Why again I'm telling each and everything here in the Jenkins, because of this is like kind of very help you. I'll take directly practical. I'm not required to teach you like step by step here. If I go to the manage Jenkins, if I go to the configure system, I'm not required to tell you each and every step. If you guys are expecting that case, I can go on that way only. It's up to you how you want to have, like you don't want to have like theoretical kind of explanations, all those things. I can take it up direct practical itself. That is also fine for me.
Okay.
Shiva, not just asking for practical. It is just like what is happening to us is I am just talking about my perspective. It's different for everybody's perceptions. Now, let's say, for example, you talk about cron tab. I definitely know on cron tab because I'm a Linux system administrator and this is core for me. But that may not be true for other people. There are people who are just new to Linux. They may not know about cron tab. So in that perspective, if I go to developer, I am not from development background, so bridging that gap is becoming difficult for me. So where I don't understand like coding aspect or like associated to that environment, I find it difficult to bridge.
So
So
if
if
you're
you
able
are
to,
able to like
one small, Santosh, if you're able to understand why you're learning DevOps, you can be in developer only. You can sit in the developer. Why you want to learn DevOps, buddy?
that's okay. But if you are talking about that
No,
aspect, it is difficult for
see,
me, na? So
definitely you
practical,
are
that's why
why
I'm asking.
if it is a difficult only you have to learn, buddy. If it is a normal, it is the same like your developer. You're not required to learn thing, right? You are learning something, mean to say you have to put some effort on that. See, that's the reason I take it up, screen says like, okay, why it is cron top. And even I shown you like where you can go and see. And again, I shown you like, if this is the kind of situations, then if you still not understand, you can ask me, Shiva,
No,
I'm not able to understand that.
it's not just about cron tab. I'm talking about development environment. Like yesterday, you were talking about in Maven, right? There were so many things I didn't understand. So where to start? I have to look at the video and then go for it.
Exactly.
So, but if
Because
there are some
definitely,
doubts,
yes. See, because you're not following me, you are simply like, whatever I'm telling you, are replicating that. You ask like today Jenkins has been installation kind of thing. So if you listen me now today, and if you take a working notes, and if you go tomorrow and if you practice that, okay, maybe what you listen, you can practice that. If you're not listening me and if you're still like practicing along with me, then you'll not understand much things. You'll definitely confuse you. Even I understand that very first when I'm telling about this thing, everyone says, sir, we are getting this issue with the Jenkins installations. Then when you listen that, what I'm telling, you are also trying to replicating same what I'm doing here. That's fine. I'm not bothering about that. So if I want to do something more kind of thing, I can take it up some, if you have looking on more clarifications, I can definitely tell, I can answer any of your questions if I know. Okay, so I already ran this job and now it is a build trigger, and here I can job has been run. So okay, maybe we are another conversation, so I couldn't. Again, I'm doing the build job here. You can see this job has been running here. And if I go to the dashboard here, I'm just going on the dashboard. See here, the job has been running on the build executor on this job. So you can see here, this running on this build executor. Okay, so this is still running. When I click here, the job is completed. Now it is out of your build executors. Again, I'm going on this job. I see here, last the job build has 22 seconds ago. I can go here. When I click this job, here also it gave me some kind of options. What options? Like here I have a console output. So console output, what it says, it provides each and every log of the details. Suppose here, see Maven, whatever we done for the Maven, it is all here. Okay, it is test cases. So .m2 project tree, whatever we done, the build package, like whatever we have over there, it is all, it like about all the Maven logs it shows, and it created a build for me. How can I see where that build it has been there? When I came back to this job have, okay, this job have workspace. Here I can be able to see this job have workspace. When I click this workspace, here I have source, target, deploy, pom.xml. All the details I have been found here as in a workspace. So where I can find this workspace? If I go here in this Jenkins, if I go to the users, if I go to the user, here I have my home directory. I have to go to the .jenkins. Inside of the .jenkins, I have to go to the, here you have this thing. Here you have workspace. So 5.7 workspace. When I go this workspace, here I have, so previous runs, these are the previous runs, ignore those things. Now we can see freestyle 1, which is 5/7. And to say today at that 5:52. If I go here, I can found source and I can found the target as well. Here I can found target, which is created 10:52, all these things. So it required a kind of workspaces. All those things. Now, if you copy this workspace, if you copy this, workspace, if you paste it in your like this thing, right? Then like, what are the jobs ran here? What is kind of, all these things can directly bring it to your this thing. You can simply take the jobs here. If you take this job, This is the job I have. This is the config, and these are build numbers, next build number, and these are the builds, whatever you have. If you're able to see one build, second build, it is all. If you just copy this job, you're not required to again create a job over there. You can just paste this in your jobs. This job also will show you over there. This is what you asked, Rana buddy.
Yeah, this was one of what I asked.
Yeah. So now we just copy this freestyle one and we paste it in your Jenkins. You directly get this job itself. Okay. In this job also, you can see that, a number of builds you have here. You can have build numbers, all those things. And also like a build next build sequence also you have here as 3. I can provide this as 4. I can make this as 1. I can change these things based on condition, based on these things. I can, it would goes on things actually. Okay, so now we can see here all these things in the workspace. This workspace is a local workspace for the Jenkins, like mean to say where Jenkins installed inside of your Jenkins home directory. To provide you one more time Jenkins home directory, I can go to the configure system. Here I can see this is my home directory. So like, to take a backup or restore of the Jenkins says this and all, you can do that. So there is a kind of a plugin called, let me go to the plugin. There is a plugin called Thin. Yeah, this is a Thin backup is a one plugin. This plugin will copy, it will do a backup of your entire Jenkins. Okay, it will do backup of all your Jenkins home. You can see this, store all the data found in your Jenkins home. This how you can do the backup of your, this is how you can backup of your Jenkins home directory. Jenkins home directory. My home directory contains jobs, any kind of anything, all those things in data I have here. So suppose this is what I showed. So here I have a secrets, here I have a plugins, here I have users, here I have jobs, all those informations like a all those informations been available in my home directory. By using Thin backup, I can back up this entire things. And to restore, you don't have any plugin for the restore. You can simply dump the data into this particular directory. Just pasting that thing directly can be doing this thing. Okay, so there may be an interview. They'll ask like, what kind of, do you have a backup policy to your Jenkins? You can tell yes, we have a backup. Like we are using Thin backup. You can tell in that way, or else like we're not doing any backups. We are maintaining the home directory and specify these things. So like based on your this thing, you can explain. But there is a Thin backup is one plugin. We usually do the backups with that plugin only. Okay.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
I ran a job, right? What exactly it did? Follow that.
Sorry, what's your doubt?
You just ran a job, right?
Okay, yes, I ran the job.
Yeah, what exactly it did? I couldn't follow that.
Okay, this job is created my var packages. Like this is a job build my var packages. Previously, whatever I done in the Maven, I took Maven and I run these jobs, right? These jobs, the same thing I've run here.
Okay.
Same thing I ran here. If I'm just opening this console output, you can see here what this job is done.
From the Maven, you created the package, right?
Yeah, from the Maven, like now system, like I gave Maven and I gave the source code and I asked to build that one. I provided input and I provided the environment. It created the build for me.
Okay.
So see here, I ask it to take the source code from here, from the Gamuka dot this thing. It take the code, it downloaded the code, and here it is running MVN clean install. So this is a Maven command I provided to run, and it installed that, and it worked on that, and it created same package for me in this these things, like where it is. Okay, it is installed. So anyway, it is created a plugin for me here. Like this is a jar, it is created for me.
Just like a Siva, you can put more than one command, just like a maven clean install and maven spring boot.
And command you can provide, but
Okay.
not like you can also provide another build job as well. Go to the configure here.
Okay.
You can do one more build step. You can add one more build step, no problem. But here also you can add two more lines. Suppose, yeah, here you can say maven clean install. You can add like these things, or else you can add one more build step. Say suppose you're going on this thing, you can add one more build step execution. These are all can be possible here. Nothing. There
Okay.
is no
MVN
restrictions.
spring boot run. It is executable here.
No, but I don't have a Spring Boot here, right?
Okay.
I don't have Spring Boot integrated to the Jenkins, right?
Okay. It's a simple project, right?
Yeah, it says a Maven project. Because I configured Maven here, I didn't configure Spring Boot.
Okay. If the any Spring Boot project is configured, then we can execute command MVN Spring Boot run.
No,
it is.
Yeah, MVN can be run, but a Spring Boot, I'm not 100% sure on that particular command. But if it is MVN command, it can be run here. Let me try. What is that command you have? Just let me know. I'll remove this thing anyway. I'll run one MVN
Spring hyphen boot colon run. Yes, run.
Is this?
Yes.
I'm not sure. Let me try. No worries.
Okay.
But this is not, sorry. Anyway, if that is a Maven command, if the code is been supporting that one, I'm okay with that. See, scanning the projects.
No.
It is failure saying no plugin provided for the Spring Boot. Like your Maven don't have a Spring Boot, buddy.
Yes.
But this command can be executed, it seems. Since it's a Maven command, right? That can be executed.
Yes.
So maybe dependency loss. Here you don't have dependency. Now, just like, someone asking me use cases, right? Just take this as a one use case. So suppose I provided it as a Spring Boot, but Spring Boot is not been there in my job. My job is failed. Now you have to do analysis of this job. Okay. So where this job leads to you, like suppose you say like you go to the console output. Now you say this plugin has been not available. You say this things has been running. Now you say no plugin found in the prefix of Spring Boot. Now what you will do here?
We can go to the plugin, add plugin. And then we can find out the Spring Boot plugin, and we can add it, and we can configure it in global plugins.
So you have a separate tool for the Spring Boot.
Yes, I think.
I don't know. This one, build failure step, buddy, not in any kind of this thing. So this is a build step failure. Now we have to go to your Maven plugins and you have to add your Spring Boot in the Maven plugins.
Yes.
Okay, not in Jenkins.
Okay.
Do you understand that?
Okay. We are going to the my changes in my project, right?
Because this is going on the Spring Boot prefixes. See, it says no plugin found for the prefix in the current project and the plugin group. That is also, it says Apache plugins and available from the repositories.
Okay.
So you can able to see the this line, right?
Yes.
It is not Jenkins plugin. It is a purely Maven plugin. Because in Maven plugin section, I don't have any plugin section thing over there.
Okay, that means pom.xml is not added in the dependency, right?
Yes, it's not added the dependency. It don't have a plugin as well.
If my project has already added in the dependency, then we can go to
definitely we can run.
Okay.
This is a troubleshoot you have to see now why this plugin has been not there. Now I don't know whether that has been there or not. Now I have to go to the PALM. If I go to the PALM, where I can see the plugins.
Okay.
No, if I go to the PALM, where I have to see the plugins.
Plugin sections, just like a build.
Exactly. I have to go to the plugin section. I have to verify whether I have those things or not.
Yes.
then you will understand, yes, then you can send it to the developers. Hey, developer, we are finding an issue with your Maven, and we are not found these particular things, and we were able to see this particular plugin was not available. Can you fix and come back? Can you fix this? Just send it in send an email to the developer saying these things. Developer will fix that again, say, yes, we added the plugins, and now the code has been, latest code has been Git. Can you please run build one more time?
Okay.
That's it, very simple.
I got it.
Any others have the same, any other have doubt?
Just like I have one dot again, just like I have execute more than one command, just like I have a create one Maven clean install, right? One step. And second one is Maven Spring Boot run, right? The both jobs are executed, right?
Yeah, both will be both. No, I created as one job only here. I gave build step as one job. You can give two jobs, two build step. You can do that. No
Okay,
worries.
I will create it, na?
Yeah, you can definitely create.
Okay, okay, sure.
You can create it happily, no worries.
Okay.
That's how, if you're practicing in that way only, like, multiple scenarios, you'll understand a lot.
Okay, okay, sure. I will try.
Siva, can we get the source codes? Like, I mean, just as a trial to, to practice anything that
Yep, I
can
already
help.
shared this Gamukat one thing for you. And, I already shared that thing. Even yesterday also I shared two
Yesterday,
projects, madam.
Yes, code is already shared.
I shared not one project. I shared two different
two
projects
projects.
yesterday
Okay,
itself.
I'll take it from there. Okay, thank you.
And even not only me, if you require to have some specific code, go to here, go to the GitHub, just enter the pom.xml. You'll find a lot here. You'll find lot of jobs. See, these are all, some kind of Java projects. These are some Maven plugins, nice example, POM manipulation exit, Maven project. So just go here. This is a BDemo Maven project. Here they gave a source as well as pom.xml, but this is a very old, 9 years old ago. You may get some issues on that. Todo API this is. So just go to here. You can see the pom.xml here. You can understand what you have in the pom.xml. See, this is a Spring dependency they updated here.
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
Like this, you have to do a lot of practice. Search for that. What does MVN clean install? What is MVN install, buddy?
Sorry?
No, Sachin is asking a question. What does MVN clean install do? What is MVN install done, buddy?
Yeah, it just install the MVN. Yeah, yeah, it just installed Maven.
No, man. MVN install is one of the lifecycle command. Let me open that. Okay.
Those goals you mean the yesterday which you showed us.
Yes. Thank you, buddy. It is a running notes. I go here. If I go to the Maven,
Install. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No, as of now, Siva. it's required more practice. Then I will definitely a lot of problems. Then we'll discuss for you later.
Yep, sure. Do practice. Happy learning. That is the all I can tell you.
Yes, sure.
So try for this one freestyle job. Okay. Oh, again and again, I'll tell you only one thing. If you practice well, you will get this. If not, nothing.
Yes, yes.
So can we build any kind of Python scripts or shell scriptings and everything, or Ansible projects and all, or only for Java codes?
No, sir, like you can run anything, sir. Like you require to be configured those things. You have to go to the plugin, install Ansible, configure Ansible, and run the Ansible thing. Anything is fine, sir.
Can you do a small project in Ansible?
Do you have Ansible, sir? Do you know Ansible, all those things?
No, I don't have it now. But we
Again,
can collect from the one any kind of module we can collect from the internet also. So
you
so
can
many
get.
words.
No, you want to run an Ansible script from the Jenkins.
Yes.
That we will cover in Ansible, sir. After Ansible completion, we will integrate that to the Ansible and we will run that one. No worries.
Okay, okay, yeah. Thank you.
Oh, if I tell now, you'll have like now after if I tell that thing to you, even at least now I'm getting some this thing. After I tell like those things, I won't get even that also. Okay, so after completion of the Docker, I'll integrate Docker with your pipelines. I have a code ready with that, and after the Ansible completion, we will integrate the Ansible to this Jenkins. These are all we will do, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Sir, do we have any command to see that what this one clean install is verifying in the package?
Verifying, yes, you can do, but what is verify I told? What about the verify I told?
Means what it is clearing from the project, how it is cleaning.
Sorry, what is I told? No. What I told about the verify?
I think just maybe ambient clean.
No, I didn't understand. You're asking about the verify only, right, madam?
No. I'm asking about the ambient clean install.
Okay.
Like how we can see like what it is cleaning from the project.
Just
okay.
ambient clean.
You're asking about ambient clean. So
yes.
I hear that you're saying verify something. Okay. Ambient clean, what it will do, right? Suppose, you have a workspace, like you have a Maven workspace, right? Like you created this target folder. When you use ambient clean install, it will clear the workspace and it will again rerun the packages, madam. To show you, right? Like, let me show you. That's a very good question, seriously. Where is the users? That's a very valid question. See here, if I go to the user, if I go to the Siva Samya, if I go to the Jenkins here, see here, I have workspaces. Yeah. Workspaces. If I go to the workspaces, here, this is a freestyle one I've run. I've run 2 times.
Yes.
But 2 times it shows like a 2. See here, these are only like, has shown me at 1041, but this target folder is only shown me it in 1151. Can you help me with why? Because every time, even the Git is also every time Git has been cloning the code and every time it has been sending that. Even if you see here, this not changes anything. Yeah, this is a CanCK release. This is a CanCK one like it gave me like different types of things. Okay, this is you can see the timing gap, right? For 8 minutes, this one have.
Yes.
Okay, why? Because this is because var is also not changes anything. Even when you see here how this is not changing, this is also not changing. Okay, but why it has been removed that and created? Because of mn clean install. What it will do, these are all executable things. What are these executable things, or what are the workspaces things it will be required? It will clean, and again it will process. It will again build the same things. Okay. If I do again now, this 1052 won't change. Here, this particular thing only changes. But even it says like this, even if you go on that, it will say up to date. It won't, let me show you that as well. If I go to this Jenkins, if I go to this second one, sorry, I ran 2 times. If I go to the console output. See here, MVN plugin.py clean. What it is be cleaning? It is deleting the target. Can you able to see that, madam?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Is it make sense for you?
Yes, yes.
So sir, this changes also be seeing in your GitHub library also?
No, why I will see that I'm not processing anything into the GitHub, right? I'm only getting the code into the local, and I'm working on the code in local. I'm not pushing anything. I'm not working anything on the GitHub.
Okay.
Yeah. Sir, do you have any debug mode also for this, Maven?
Yep, you can have, but why you will have a debug mode mean to say you can have like logs can be have more debugging logs you can set up. Debugging mode mean to say you can have a more better logs. That's it. You can have -d something. There is a kind of command you have to add to the Maven clean install. You can set up that.
Okay. Yeah, I'll try that, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yesterday also in Maven we ran that command mbn install. What is the difference between Maven install and Maven clean install?
That's what I've shown you, sir. Like when I use clean, it deleting my target folder, sir. Previously, I've deleted manually before MVN install, but here, right, it is automatically deleting the target folder and again recreating that, sir.
Okay.
I just highlighted that you can able to see here.
Yeah, but when we are able to do it in the Maven, why we are doing the same thing in Jenkins? I'm not able to understand that.
No, we integrated Maven and we're working on the Maven only, sir.
Okay.
Our main is thing same. We integrated Maven and we're working on the Maven. Yesterday we learned Maven, now we're implementing that into the Jenkins.
And the same we can do it with the GitHub, right? From there we can use the source code and integrate into this Jenkins and execute it. Am I right?
You can happily do in build command. You not required to do this. You just simply after post build activity, just use git push origin main. It automatically push that source to your GitHub. You can do that. No worries.
Yeah, because yesterday same I was also confused, like the question which Ajit asked right just now, that when we can do the deploy in Maven, why are we doing the same in
where you doing in Maven, like where you building that Java with your Git code, madam? Where you building?
No, yesterday you showed those life cycles. You remember the goals. There was the command with the deploy command was also present in that goals, right? So I was a bit confused there.
No, that is Artifactory and this is a GitHub repository.
Okay.
Both are different. Yeah.
Both are different. Both are different, madam. Why? What confusion you have over there?
No, leave about the GitHub. I'm not talking about the GitHub. I'm talking about yesterday when we.
Okay, ask me your question. So you say when you do the git deploy, why I have to do that deploy into the Artifactory?
No, we use that deploy command along with the the Maven command what we used yesterday, along with package, test, verify, validate.
Okay.
Yeah. And the same like just now you showed, right, the command we used to deploy the code here.
Where? No, I didn't understand, madam.
I mean the same, the one which Ajit asked, why we are doing the same in Jenkins and we did the same in Maven. So that's
where I did Maven in my local, but now same thing Maven I integrated with Jenkins. I've done the same thing.
Okay, I understood that. Yeah, I got it. No problem.
What is the use of integrating it with the Jenkins?
With integrating the Jenkins, because we are doing an automation with the Jenkins, sir.
Shiva, can we say like that for others? By using Jenkins, we can access similar at the same time different types of tool. Like GitHub.
Okay, guys, give me a minute. No, I don't know what you understand on entire class. It seems it's like a teams like I'm my entire class has been. I'm worrying on my entire class. See why we are doing the Jenkins. Why we have to learn Jenkins, sir? First thing, tell me. Why we are learning the Jenkins? Why you didn't ask me that first question? Why you're learning Jenkins?
To automate continuous integration and deployment. I mean,
what is a continuous integration, sir? What I told a continuous integration.
That's what I you just told me, like hook up means hook up and the phone mode is there. Like
sir, I gave a clear. I created a simple noted as well here, sir. I gave what is a continuous integration as well.
Make a build, a package. I think continuous integration.
If I require to package, what I have to, sir? I have to go with a new tool. Since yesterday I learned Maven in my local. Now I have to build a package. Do you want me to use a different tool other than the Maven?
No, I have to use the Maven.
That's what we've done. We integrated Maven with this thing. We integrated Jenkins. We installed Jenkins. We integrated Maven. We run builds. Yesterday, where I ran, it is in my local. Now where I ran with the Jenkins. No, okay. You know how you tell, like I ate rice in my home and I ate rice in hotel. Both are rices only. Why I have to pay you?
The thing is, like running it on the local and running it on the Jenkins. What is the difference? What it makes? Because both does the same thing. Right?
Both do the same thing, sir. It has to do the same thing. Why? Because we are integrating Maven, because we are going on the automation there. If I require to do an automation, how can I do the automation without Maven? If I say I done in the local, if I not, my Maven is my local, how can I do build in the Jenkins, sir?
Okay, instead of in the Maven, we are doing it everything manually, like all the steps manually, like from compile till the installation. Here does it. Here it does
no, sir, you're going on very wrong statement, sir. I'm telling you, it's very, very wrong statement. See, what you're not going on, you still confusion, say like I learned Maven, why I have to integrate with Jenkins? That's your question. I understand. So you like, leave it that topic, sir. I don't want to it's already late, very late for me. I don't want to go on, again, argue with you. I'll tell you whether you understand or not, I'll tell you what exactly. Maven, we are doing the CI/CD, sir. Okay, if I require to do CI/CD, I have to integrate tools. That is one of the tool is Maven. Okay, so I have to integrate the tool and I have to do this thing. And what I'm achieving with the CI/CD from the source code to the deploying the packages in the specified servers. So suppose if I'm having Kubernetes, just consider I have a Kubernetes. I have to take the source and I have to build the package and I have to create an image, Docker image. And from there, I have to create a container on that one. This entire process I have to do. I have to do that as an automation process with the Jenkins. If I require to do that with the Jenkins, I have to integrate the tools with the Jenkins. That's what I've done, sir.
Okay, now it clears. No, I'm fine with that. Yeah.
So any other questions?
No, Siva. Good night.
Good night, guys.
Thanks, Siva. Good night.